All right, so I can put that away. That's just going to record. Perfect. Okay, so I'd like to thank you all for taking this chance with me to create something a little bit different. All right, so I got to find my little spot. And Carolyn, of course, you know from past is to give me a poke if I'm off camera.
Got it.
Because I do tend to gravitate away from my camera. All right, there. So for me, just because, you know, limited surfaces, I'm going to do mine on a journal page. I don't know if anybody else chose to do theirs on a journal page or not. But I am. So, and I've just got a whiteboard under here, just an old canvas board, just so I can make a mess on my background, because we're going to go over the background page. So you should have something under your surface, but if you raise surface like this is, of course, you know, this has an edge to it, then you won't have a problem. But if you're doing a journal page, you will want to have something underneath. And we're going to create, so what I did is I listed my sort of my favorite colors that I've been using in the DecoArt regular acrylics as opposed to the DecoArt fluid acrylics. So like I've been using tropical blue, which I think is such a pretty blue. I'll use peacock teal as a blue, as another option. Is anybody here using the fluid acrylics, or are we all using regular acrylics based on the color palette that I gave?
Raise your hands if you're using the fluid acrylics, please.
Nothing here.
There's like 4 of us.
Okay.
Or 5 of us. Are there others using just Americana acrylics?
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my fluid acrylics, but I'm going to give you I've listed my favorite colors, and I'm going to show you the alternatives throughout the process. So when we do the backgrounds and when we do our floating and shading.
Irene, you have a question?
Yeah, I was wondering, can we mix the fluid and the DecoArt acrylics?
No, there's no need to.
I mean,
because the reason I use the fluid acrylics is the transparency of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very unique.
Okay, I just had a selection of both, so I was.
Oh yes, yes, absolutely. I thought you meant like mix them together, but oh yeah, I use a little bit of everything. And
great,
of course,
thank you.
What you're going to want right now is you're going to want your white. We're going to want white paint because that's very important. And then we are going to want. Let's see, I gave you, in my sheet, I did give you sort of how I was creating all of this, which is really bizarre. So I love using either primary magenta or quinacridone red. Both of those are such pretty colors. And when I switch those over to regular acrylics, it will quite often be like cinnamon drop or something like that. I've listed cinnamon drop. So that's the red that I would choose for this background that we're going to do. And if you're going to use the fluid acrylics, we're going to use the quinacridone red. Let's see, what other color are we going to? Quinacridone red. This is how I did the background in a totally weird thing. So get your red out and your white and a little bit of yellow. So I quite often use like the Hansa Yellow Light or the Hansa Medium Yellow. Either of those in the fluid acrylics, the light preferably, and or the primary yellow in the regular acrylics is a nice yellow to use. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put little puddles of those. Where's my quinacridone? Quinacridone red seems to give me a little bit more of a pinky tone, which I really like. So we're going to get a big puddle of white on our palette. Just a big puddle. And you want a big brush. So your big 3/4 inch or 1/2 inch brush is what we're going to want. If you're using fluid acrylics, I just want you to put a couple of little drops. You don't want a whole lot because we're just adding tint. With the fluid acrylics used with the paint, it will give you, it colors the white very quickly. And then just for fun, just to show you the difference, I'm going to use my bright yellow in my regular acrylics for my background as well. So for Irene that asked me about mixing them, yes, we can. Okay, so, and again, you don't want a whole lot, you just want a tiny bit on your palette. So this is all I've done. just a little bit. Then I'm going to take a big brush, and I've got the white background. So what I'm going to do, so I'm going to take my white. I'm going to take a puddle of white, and I'm going to slap it on my surface very quickly. And then I'm going to take just a little bit, a hint of the red, and I'm going to put it in here like so. See how it blends just up and down?
Hey Deb, can you just hold up just for 2 minutes? Because some people just called me on my cell phone and I sent them the link.
Okay.
And they're just coming in now.
Okay.
And then, Deb, I was wondering, do we have the whole pattern anywhere?
Mm-hmm.
I got the prep, but I didn't.
You should have the line drawing was the last page. You should have had, I believe, 4 pages.
1, 2.
1.
I just don't have any.
You have the cover page. You have a worksheet. You have a line drawing, and then you have another page that just shows all the products used.
Okay.
There is no directions.
No, there's
I
no
was
written
wondering.
instructions. No. Well, there's a 1 page of written instructions, like the supplies and all that, but I haven't elaborated on those because the process is different than your normal pattern.
Okay, thank you. So
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay. No, good questions to ask because this is different than most. So this is to bring out your creativity. So who just came in?
Kay and Darcy.
Oh, okay.
So ladies, you're going to need your regular white bottled acrylic. And then, Deb, tell them what colors they will need on the food.
Okay, so we're using a red and a yellow. So if you're using the regular DecoArt acrylics, I listed Cinnamon Drop as my red that I like to use. And also, let's just double check. I listed Cinnamon Drop or Watermelon Slice because it's kind of a really neat color as well. It gives it a little bit of an orangey red. And otherwise, either the Quinacridone Red or Pyrrole Red Pyrrole Red is a nice color too. Use either of those in the fluid acrylics, and primary yellow, be it in the regular acrylics or Hansa Yellow Light or Hansa Yellow Medium in the fluid acrylics. So it just depends which brand you're using. And just to show the difference, this is the Pyrrole Red, which is a little bit more like Watermelon Slice. It's a little bit more of an orangey color. Just to show you the difference in the two. Yeah.
We wet our brush before we start with the white?
Not really. You're just going to load it with a bunch of white. So load it up really good with the white. And then put your paint down. And then while it's still wet, you very quickly go and pick up just a touch of your color, your reddish color. So there's the difference. That's Pyrrole Red versus Quinacridone Red. Just, to show you the difference. It doesn't make much of a difference. You just go over them, pick up a little of the red, and then more white if you want it to blend better. And we do this very quickly. And if you find your paint, like me, so dry here, you can add a touch of water if you find your paint is drying very quickly, but don't be shy. This is just sort of a fun background to do, and we do go over it. We're gonna have some fun. Don't worry about it. It's only paint, and we work very quickly, so you don't want to stop and think about it. You can always add more white, or you can always add more red, or you can add some more colors in if you want. And that's why we use a lot of white and very little of the color. Let's see, more white, get it in there. Just a touch of the red that you've chose to use. All right. See how fast I'm going through the white? So you want to have a lot of white. And a little bit more of the color. And I have a tendency in all of this to add hints of yellow. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about the yellow that I like. And I'm just going over what I've done. Just a hint of yellow. And it just gives it a hint of another color without taking away from the color that's already there. I use such a small amount. Just mix with a little white. And just keep playing. You don't want it too dark, so add more white if you find that you're getting, you know, too dark red. We don't want it to be red. We want it to be sort of a pinkish hue. And see, I got a blob of yellow there. I'm just blending it out with more white. It's not the end of the world. Add hints of yellow here and there, not too much. And that's basically what you should end up with, ladies, just that. And the thing I like the most about it being on your wood piece, when you have your wood surface down, is that whatever side you don't like, flip it around. So then we'll put the girl on whatever side is you want to hide. You know, if you made something you didn't like, you can hide it by flipping your board around. There. Isn't that super easy? Is anybody struggling? Is anybody freaking out yet? Making a big mess?
No one is responding to say they are.
That's good. Feel free to speak up though if anything, you know, if anything bad happens. It's only wood. And once you're happy with it, you can dry it. Should dry quite quickly. So this is just my little heat it tool. These are Ranger heat it tools. You can get them at like Blix, and Sandy McTeer carries them. They're nice because they don't get super hot like your embossing guns and stuff, but they're hotter than if you were using a hairdryer because the air is more concentrate. And they're quiet for videos is what I like. But you should dry quite quickly. If you live where I live right now, it'll dry very quickly. Here, dry already. Which means I can now take away my ugly piece of white paper. There we go. My whiteboard. So just to move you along, this is such a little, it's not a big step, it's a little step. But once you have your surface dry, we're going to put our pattern on. So just so you know that that's the next step you would do. So you could just, once it's dry, trace your pattern on.
Hey, Deb, some people noted that the paper, the Pyrrole paper, it actually came off on their hands. Should that happen?
Surround? Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it
That's-
can't. It should. It might come off on your hand a little bit, but it should race right off your surface.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I like Sorel when I'm working on the straight paper. It's such a nice product because you can erase it. It's wax free, which I really like. But I sent it in all the kits. They don't have to use it for this project. I just sent it with all the kits in case people wanted to just do it as a journal page. Because a lot of my kits going forward will probably not have Sorel, but I wanted to get it out there now. Like some of my newer kits like that, the one for the ghost that I showed you, that kit will not have Sorel or a pen. I just wanted to get them out there, but I will carry the pens. So yeah, so once you're, I'll just leave this sitting here and then we'll wait for everybody's thumbs up to, like I didn't use the Sorel on the paint. I didn't feel the need to. I just used regular graphite paper. So it's a personal choice there, but definitely on paper, always.
Thank you. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Ladies, when you're ready to move on, if you could just put a little thumbs up for me, please.
Yeah. So this, so you know, I don't know if any of you've seen, but this is one of my projects coming up. This is actually with Tombow markers of all things. So anybody who's been following my group, so this is where I use the Sorel paper because I transferred it on and then I painted it. That's where it comes in handy. There's no paint per se on that project. So while you guys are doing that, I'll talk a little bit about the pens. So in your kit, like I said, I sent you Sorel paper and an Identa pen. Mostly just wanted that stuff out there for people who just sort of getting started doing this kind of thing. Some people may already have pens, some people may not. So a little lesson on pens while everybody's drawing and getting their pattern on is I use two kinds of pens when I'm working on my projects. I use an Identa pen and I use a Micron pen. And both of these, of course, especially if I stamp, the pens will help me to, you know, clean up any lines. But to go into projects, say here's an example here. This one's coming up. So this little guy, he's on watercolor paper. I transferred my image from the pattern that will come out with the Sorel paper. It's on plain paper. There's no finishes on this paper whatsoever. So when I do this on paper, I always use just my Micron pen. I love the Micron pen. I love the way it moves on paper. It doesn't make it any better per se than using the Identa pen. I mean, if you have the Identa pen, by all means use it because it does have a nice fine tip. And it becomes a matter of preference. I like, just for me, the Micron pen, it just kind of takes off in its own little thing, but it kind of knows where it needs to go. That's kind of hard to explain. But the Micron pen on paper, you can go for ever and ever and ever. You can watercolor over it. You can use various ink products over it. You can use, in this case, this is Tombow markers. I use Tombow markers over it. But once I add my matte medium, which is what we're going to add on this project today, this pen no longer works. Because once you put Micron ink over top of the matte medium, it does nothing to adhere to it. It doesn't actually grip. And so it will wipe off. You can actually take your finger and go like this and it'll come off. So it's not adhering properly. If you don't want to touch it after that and you just signed your name or something, then it's fine. But and it will eventually dry. But once you start adding these mediums, it seems to break down whatever the Micron ink is. So the Micron then becomes a pen that I don't use. But on this project here with the paint and all the mediums, I only use my Identa pen. It's the only pen I'm going to use in this case. So that sort of hopefully explains the two different pens and why we use an Identa pen when it comes to finished projects. You can use an Identa pen on fabric, pretty much anything, and it won't come off. It is an amazing, it's a one-stop shop, one pen does it all kind of pen. These are fabulous. If anybody finds any great places to buy them, let me know. They're very hard to come by right now. Oh, and also with the Sorel paper, why I use Sorel when I do like paper like this, and I'm going to use my Micron pen, is Sorel paper is wax free. So when you take your pen and you're drawing on your paper and you're following those lines, on the Sorel paper, it's a non-issue. If you use regular graphite paper, as you're working your pen and going along those lines, the pen tip is picking up bits of that wax. And eventually your pen starts to skip or starts to give you the illusion of running out of ink, all those little problems that you have. So it's not that you can't use regular graphite paper. It's just, you know, you don't want to wreck your pens. But if you were using Identipen, you could. Let's see, what else? What else about the pens? Any questions on the
Georgia,
pens?
I sent you some private messages through the chat so you can catch up. Paint your surface white, and then okay, you good?
Who's
Just
here?
keep it
Who's
Deb.
late? I can do a demo on the backside if anybody wants. If how many people came late, or is
Yeah,
it just one?
just one.
Oh, who is she? Where are you?
It's Georgia.
Show yourself. Oh, the one with the music?
Yeah, that I just muted. Yes.
I'm just going to do a quick demo on the back here for her, just to show her how I blended the paint. Or on another piece of paper. I'll do it on another piece of paper. So, depending whether you're using the fluid, if you're using the fluid acrylics, you can use water or Pyrrole Red or quinacridone red, doesn't matter, whichever. Pyrrole Red preferably. And one of the Hansa Yellow Medium or Hansa Yellow Light. If you're using the regular acrylics, we're using either watermelon slice or cinnamon drop and primary yellow. And I'll just do a quick demo on this back sheet right here. Very, very quick. Won't paint the whole thing, but just a demo. So what I do is I'm going to just pick up a ton of white, load my brush up really good with the white, and I'm going to paint very quickly, paint. While that's wet, I'm going to just pick up a tiny little drop of the red and blend it in, like so. I'm going up and down. I'm going to finish my whole piece that way till I run out of white, and then I'll get more white. And once you're happy with it with the red, then I'm going to do the same and just pick up a little hint of yellow to add little bits of yellow here and there. So that's how we're painting that. And then you end up with something that looks like this. So go ahead and get caught up and get it dried. Get your pattern traced on. So now you guys, when you've got your everything painted on, you know, pattern traced on and the surface color background done, when you run your hand over it, it should be smooth. So if you're feeling any big chunks or ridges or stuff like that, you might want to maybe choose to do your piece this way if the smoother area is down where you want to put the dress. Or give it a light sand to knock off anything, because any ridges and stuff will affect how we do the stamp. But remember, I do have the problem solved if we make mistakes. I know we talked about it, but some of you have arrived now, so I will show you. Maybe I won't. Where's my papers? Oh yeah, it's this one. So what I did is, you've got a line drawing, okay? And I was practicing on one of these earlier just to see. If you make a mistake and you wreck this piece and your stamps just aren't coming on and you're going, oh my God, I've ruined my piece, you have not ruined your piece. Just to put that out there for you right now. If you want, and this is a choice you can choose to do ahead of time, is we can stamp the paper with all the stamps. And I love to give options because nobody should feel like they've wrecked their piece. And then what happens when we're done is we cut her out, like so. Okay. So this is an option. And then we matte medium. I'm not gonna cut the whole thing out right now, just to show you an idea. Then what we will do is we will matte medium her in place. Ignore this one's got writing on the bottom. And just the dress part, and the rest gets painted. It becomes part of the surface. When it's finished, you cannot tell it from this. You're the only one that knows it's matte mediums on there. So that's just something to put out there. The piece that I gave you does have writing on the bottom, but that's okay because it's going to get cut off anyway. It's going to get cut off probably about here. So, get that up there. It will get cut off probably about here anyway, so all that writing and stuff on the bottom will be cut off. So that's a choice. If you would feel more comfortable doing that, by all means. So I just wanted you to know that when we do this next step, do not panic. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take our white and we are going to base coat the body white. So your pure white. If I had a bunch of stamps and stuff in the background, I would do this with gesso, but I do not have a bunch of stamps in the background, so I don't need to. And I'm going to get my ugly board for this again. Right here. Just because I don't want to make a mess. So we want to get a couple of nice coats of white on here. So just very quickly, don't spend tons of hours. Just a very quick base coat. One coat, let it dry or dry it, and then put a second coat on. Should all be all that you need. If you want and you prefer to use your gesso, you can. But I know that the white will cover this quite well. And I'm actually going to get a smaller brush. Oh, right here. But you only want the dress part. You know, one of the nice things about having e-patterns, I find, is that you can just keep reprinting the pattern over and over again. So you'll always have your line drawing no matter what you do to the ones that you have right now. So if you decide to stamp your line drawing and use it, you can. This is what I would do if I taught this class live because of the time of paint drying and stuff in a classroom, like at one of the trade shows. I often just use the paper. It's so much easier. Yeah, 2 coats. So get 1 coat on, give it a dry. And I do tend to move fast. I think Carolyn knows that. So just slow me down and stop me anytime, Carolyn. Let everybody get caught up. So don't be afraid to go wait for me. Once we start doing all the stamping, it'll slow right down because we're going to take a lot of time to do the stamping. So this is just sort of the early prep. The annoying part.
So you pretty much want them to have opaque, solid coverage on the dress?
Yeah, on the white, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I find 2 coats should do it, but if they're doing very watery coats, like my first one had water in it, then, you know, I did my second. So my air conditioner started to be installed yesterday, but it's not totally in yet. We were up to, you know, if most of you know where I live, but I do live in Canada, and I live in British Columbia, Canada, which has currently been basically Canada's hotspot. We have a little town about 6-hour drive from me, maybe, not even, I don't think, called Lytton. And many of you may have heard of it on the news. It broke all records one day. They were reporting it because it was 121 degrees Fahrenheit, this little town. And then the next day they reported, and they said, remember that town we reported yesterday that was 121 degrees? Well, it's gone. It burned down. The whole town. It was just crazy. So we've been so hot here.
Did they attribute it to combustion?
No, actually, they figure it was CP Rail, one of the trains. They're actually, they don't want to admit it, but they did stop running the trains through some of those spots right now because we're on fire. The whole province of British Columbia, Canada is on fire. And we're right up there with Washington and Oregon, because we're just across the border from both. Well, up from Washington. I can't put my finger on where Oregon is. I think we do border them. I think
Canada could have found a better way to keep tourists out.
Was that?
Just saying. I think Canada could have found a better way to keep tourists out.
Right? You think, you come up here, you got to fight fires.
Yeah, you guys just opened your borders.
And we opened it to fully vaccinated Americans. Yeah, and a lot of Canadians are displaced down there. But that's not until next month. So this is 2 coats of white. I'm going to add a third. And if anybody is struggling, by all means, mix a little bit of gesso in with your white if you prefer. You can. It's not going to hurt it. I tend to do very thin, watery base coats sometimes, so. Oh, that's better.
I just want you to know that we're having a tremendous storm. So if I lose you, it's not I just went away.
Oh, is that you, Heather?
Or whether we'll lose power. It's thunder and lightning and torrential rain outside.
Oh, no. We could use that rain, though, I tell you.
I know, so I'm just warning you.
If you disappear? Okay. If I disappear, I'm in the pool. You should have put that heads up to people. Yeah, I'm really glad you guys are taking a chance on this class. I think it's just something fun that I've become quite passionate about. I think it's so much fun just doing these painting and doodling and journal pages. I've always tried to approach this as a painter. I think, Heather, you took that class with me in Seattle that one year where we did the 5-minute background. Did you take that with me then?
I was muted. Yes, I did take.
That's right, you did. Remember I said if it takes you more than 5 minutes, you're taking too long?
Yes.
And everybody, I said there's no pattern.
Yes.
And everybody looked at me like I had 2 heads.
Yeah.
And then you all left, which was really funny because I kept hearing about it for like the rest of the show. You all left going, oh my God, look what we did. There was no pattern.
Yeah.
And it was fun.
It was fun.
Because we still painted. Yeah, I just did that class on a whim, and I had no idea it would go over that well. And it was a lot of fun. Still remember the look on you guys' face when I said there's no pattern. What? I miss going to Seattle. Tracy and I miss our road trips. So sad.
Well, next year, 2022, let's hope that'll be back to something different.
What's that?
Yeah, next year, not this year.
Yeah, I just want to get through the fall with no potential issues. And my end goal is to go to Calgary and see my grandboys. That's my end goal. Everything else is pretty much not important right now as far as travel goes.
Are they prohibiting you from going to Calgary?
Nope. No,
Oh,
but
good.
it's been one thing after. Well, Calgary had a lot of issues. Alberta was still, their numbers were very high, and then their leader decided to just open everything because he didn't believe in the virus anyway.
Oh.
And so he opened up everything and ran the Calgary Stampede, which is just basically, bars, overfilled bars and stuff. And it was just too early. And then my daughter was going to come out here to escape it all. And because she was double vaccinated, and the grandboys had a week. My oldest grandboy, Emery's 7, had a week between camps. So she was going to come out here because she says, I'm ready to escape. And it was just after our hot spell. And I kind of said, don't think it's a good idea to come out because it's so hot. We can't do anything. We have no air conditioning. And then I thought about it, and I thought, you know what? No, I want you to come. And then so I phoned her up and says, you know what? Come. We'll make it work. And then she says, I can't. My Emery has COVID. So my little 7-year-old grandson ended up with COVID.
Ooh,
So that was a bit of a scary moment. But he was fine. He just had cold symptoms. So he came out of it okay. So, of course, Grandma had to go buy big, lavish Lego sets and send them because, stuck at home, right?
He'll remember that.
Yeah, send Lego. Oh, I think I was talking to you. Or was I teaching something?
What, Deb?
I think that was my live. I was doing that live that time, and I think I talked about it.
Oh, okay.
Our family's planning a trip out to Seattle area at the first week of August or so. Actually, for a couple weeks in August. So we'll see if we're able to go, depending on what happens with the wildfires.
That's the thing, right? Right now she was going to come out, but she can't even get down the major highway that brings her to here because now there's a new wildfire started up today. So I'm surrounded. I can't get out of here. I'm known by boat.
Did they have all these wildfires when we were kids? And they just didn't talk about them? I just don't remember them.
I don't remember wildfires like this ever, but maybe we were preoccupied with living our life in different ways, I suppose.
Yeah, could be.
Okay, so while we're base coating, if you need things to dry, the face and the neck, I did with, you can use warm beige or whatever flesh color is your favorite. Or if you're going to use all the fluid acrylics, the fun thing is I use Titan Buff and a little raw sienna. But Titan Buff is usually my flesh color. So I'll use those two, or you can just use warm beige to base coat. And if you don't have Titan Buff and you just have raw sienna, I will often just mix some light buttermilk or white with some raw sienna just to tone it down to a flesh tone color that I like. Because flesh tone colors can vary, right? Whatever color we prefer. And let's see. So my Titan Buff is almost like a white. So with my Titan Buff, if you're going to use that color, I'll just mix it with a touch of raw sienna just to darken it a bit. I'm a pasty white, blonde, burn real easy kind of person, so I always, my little faces tend to be on the pasty side, but you can alter them. Basically, just use your favorite flesh color. This is the boring base coating part. And then you can paint the hat with raw sienna. Whichever paint you're using, raw sienna. But see what I like about, I don't know if you can see it very well or not, but what I like about is that the lines always show through with the fluid acrylics. There's always a transparency even when you use them straight up, which you don't get when you use the regular acrylics.
Well, I just got distracted by the family of deer in my backyard, so I missed that last color for the hat.
Raw sienna.
Thank you.
Squirrel!
They were beautiful. Whole family.
Carolyn, I hope you're painting even though you're doing this monitoring for me.
No, because I'm typing notes to share with everybody after
No,
the
you're supposed to
class.
be painting.
No. I rarely paint. I like to watch.
Well, why did you pay for the class? Do you go back and paint later?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So the video you'll watch down the road.
Yes.
It was like, oh, I shouldn't get you to do this if you can't paint.
I think most of the people that are attending the class tonight, they know that I normally don't paint. I monitor and I take notes, and Linda Cap is over there laughing at me.
Oh. Well, the nice thing is that I can draw this this text file from the Zoom class, which is nice. A little more. So this is basically all we're going to end up having is we're going to end up having a big white dress body and your flesh toned face and neck and a raw sienna hat. That's what we're going to end up with. Then the fun starts. So just so you know, once we start doing all this stamping, though, it's not written in stone where I put everything, by the way. That'll be a little creative license. I'll guide you in what I did, but the creative license is up to you. Of course, you know, that's what makes it fun, right? Perfect.
Yeah, a couple of people have asked if you can match the media fluid paints to the actual DecoArt paint.
Yeah, that's what I do. So the warm beige is what you can use for the flesh tone.
On the instructions, if you could just
Oh, change. Yeah, I that was sort of a first. I've actually come up with an official palette now.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm working on an actual like list of like say if I'm going to use Pyrrole Red, then you're going to use watermelon slice. If I'm going to use quinacridone red, you're going to use cinnamon drop. Like I've got sort of that list on the go now. So yes, I will do that when I send out the next update to this.
Okay. No,
There will be a little bit more instruction in here, like basically, you know, the colors for the hat colors and the colors for the skin and stuff. But I don't do a lot when it comes to the flowers. I just sort of give you the color combinations of what I, you know, base coat shade and highlight reds and this tones, and because otherwise it would be a book. It would be crazy. Oh, little people are coming in from the pool. I hear it. Hey, did you have fun?
Yep.
Good stuff.
I did lots of diving.
Did you diving? Do you need me to dry your hair, or are you good?
I'm good.
Come on, I want to mess it all up. Was it warm in there?
Yeah.
Good.
I did a bunch of cannonballs and belly flops and back jumping.
Wow.
And then some of the diving and pencil, but I didn't do pencil, like I didn't exactly, but I bent my legs where my knees are, so then it wouldn't actually diving.
Oh. It's a good time. I got a picture of you guys in there, so you can send. I'll send it to your mom later. Or I'll send it to Audrey. She'll send it to your mom.
But then, I forgot his name.
You forgot? Oh, Jim?
Yeah, Jim. Jim, he said that's it for today.
Oh, and Jim's had enough. So everybody's thoughts. Well, you go dry off in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Make yourself all dry and come on back out.
That you on the screen, just you put a camera. So
Camera, so this will show up on the screen. See? Yeah. Cool. Well, I'm glad you had fun.
I can see it again.
Can you? It's pretty cool, eh? Yeah. So all the ladies, all these ladies up here, there's a whole bunch of them. They're all painting along with me.
And I can start too.
You can.
But I could change.
I mean, we got everybody here. That's my little guest this afternoon. She's my little painting friend. I only have one painting friend locally, and this Erilyn. My little painting friend. Childcare is a problem, apparently. So I offered, and then I forgot I was teaching, so she's helping me today. So how we doing? Is everybody getting their base coats on? I'll give you a few minutes here. So when everybody's ready, just put your thumbs up and let
Thank
us
you,
all know.
Leona and Darcy. I saw you. You're ready.
What's that?
Darcy and Leona, they're ready to go on, but others are still painting.
Darcy and Leona are keeners.
They must be our Speedy Gonzaleses because they're all ready to go.
They're the ones painting too, right?
There's quite a few painting.
Good. Yeah, so the nice thing is that it gives them a chance for their piece to dry right now, which is really good. So something, I don't know, like I made my supply list, and I'm not 100% sure everything. I think I listed it. Did I list a circle maker, you guys?
Yes.
So I did. So if you don't, if you didn't get one, any sort of circle maker you're gonna want, because I'll show you why, because it's really cool. And so a circle maker is something you're gonna want to get in your stash somewhere along the line. I love this one. This is one of my favorites. This one actually, Chris Hoy carries this, and then she carries all the other shapes. But I love this one because it's always got always the right sizes and stuff. So I have that. So something that makes circles, because we're going to use it later. We're not using it right this minute. I'm trying to think of anything that I was missing. I don't think so. I'm going to open up my other Zoom window, Carolyn.
Yes, and I'll let you in.
It's going to be little Erilyn's going to watch. So I've got my other laptop set up, and She'll watch. I'm just going to open that right now so it's here when she is ready. I think I got it set up on here. Let's get zoom on here. Alright, so not on there. I'll do it on my iPad. You can watch it on my iPad. We'll set you. It's not on there. I'm going to set it on the iPad for you. And you can watch.
Ooh,
I think I have Zoom on my
I was
iPad.
gonna color with you.
Well, that's the part we've got to so far. So now we're doing all the stamps and things. So you'll be at the right spot.
Can I use the things that you already used, like the ones that are on the border?
For the background, we'll do later. But we're going to do all the stamping soon. So I'll get you set up here. Wait, get off this. I'm waiting for the ladies to all get caught up. They're almost all caught up.
So they're still doing that?
They're face coating everything. The face and the hat. Okay, so.
So I just have to get.
You just need those colors in the markers, actually. The markers will color those because the rest is white. Zoom. Where's my zoom app? There it is. Okay. Join the meeting. Where's my meeting? Meeting. Where's my meeting?
Will they tell you when you're done?
Yeah. All right. Okay, I think it should be showing up. Oh, Wi-Fi. Yeah. You let her in? Okay, I'll turn this off. All the sounds off. Turn that off. There, so this. Oh. Oops. Am I muted?
No, you need to leave audio on the iPad or you're going to get that feedback you're getting. You can't just mute.
Well, that's not going to work.
No.
Okay, you're going to have to watch it up here. Yeah, no, that's not going to work.
Okay.
So you can watch it on my up here, where the ladies are. So how we doing, Carolyn? Is everybody ready to start? Got their pieces nice and dry?
Ladies, thumbs up if you're ready to move on, please. Yeah, the majority are ready to move on. So, yes, please.
Okay, so the pieces should be nice and dry.
Where's Dragons?
Okay. We'll just give them a couple more minutes to get caught up. Okay, so this is her skin color right here. Okay, and this is her hat color. This one, right there. Okay.
And then we'll do the background later.
We'll do the background later. Okay, so we're going to start stamping, you guys. And this is what before we start doing like all the background things, I want to start on here to give you a feel so you can decide then at this point if you want to stamp just the paper or if you want to stamp your wood surface, just so that you can see the difference, okay? So we'll start with the little guys. Now this stamp here is the one that's going to be the biggest problem. It's very delicate, it's very fine. So you can do what I found easiest for this. When I did mine here, I went up quite high with it. And I found that I struggled a lot with this lower part of the piece. and this down here was where I tended to lose my design, but that's where these pens come in to touch them up. So what I would recommend going forward into this piece is we add more room for these fun big flowers and bring these down just a little bit farther, but that is up to you. So whatever you feel comfortable with. You can stamp on a blank piece of paper first to start with. I use 2 different kinds of inks with these. Any of the other inks may not work with matte mediums, so they could be water soluble. These are permanent archivable inks. So Ranger ink is a great one, and the Stays On ink is my personal favorite. It's a little juicier than the archival ink is, but I use both of those. What happens when you put matte medium over some of the other brands, even though they're beautiful inks and they give you nice crisp dark images, is they may smear. Well, you don't want to wreck our piece. So these 2 are tried and true. Is anybody not got an ink pad? If you're using paint, you can use black paint, but it's a little bit trickier. But for anybody who does want to look that up and test it out down the road, there is a video on my YouTube channel on stamping with paint. So anyway, so to start with is I'm going to take whichever ink we have. I just happen to have both on my table. So I'm going to take my Stays On, and I'm going to stamp these little images on the bottom. So you're going to want a clear block too. If you don't have a clear block, then you're going to definitely want to make sure that your images are coming down a lot closer to the bottom. And I've got something underneath too, because I don't want my stamps to go off onto my table. So stick a paper towel or something under any surfaces that are totally flat. You will get I want you to start your very first image, those of you on these boards, start very low. Start very close to the bottom and put a fair bit of pressure. Don't rock your piece, but just put a fair bit of pressure and then lift. And you should get a nice clear little image. But we've started off to get a feel for the stamp with a very small section done. So then I'm going to stamp a little bit more, because I'm going to kind of go up a little bit. Because I want it to kind of go in a little arch thing. We can put little flowers around however we see fit. So then I'm going to kind of line it up a little bit sideways, plop it down, put a fair bit of pressure, but don't rock it, and then lift. Okay, so you get a nice crisp image. If you miss a section, don't worry about it, because that's where this Identi-Pen will come in handy after. You can't even tell on this one, but I messed all these up so bad down in here, but you can't tell, because I just went and I just did my little doodles and touched them up. So do not panic. You can't wreck it. Okay. Are you watching there, one?
Yeah, I came back.
Okay. So now you can go up a little higher if you want, or you can start kind of going up and down like this. Is what I would recommend for this piece, but it's your choice. It's your piece. You want to have tons of flowers, or you want mostly these flowers. It's your choice. This is what makes it fun. So what I'm kind of doing is I'm alternating where these flowers are going, so they don't go over top of each other. And put it down quite heavy. Fair bit of pressure. And lift. These are going on so nice, you guys. Is anybody having problems? If anybody is having terrible problems with it, just put your mic on and scream for help. Nobody's screaming. This is good. Nobody's screaming. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think screams sing.
They're just fine today. And then, so I'm not going to go any higher than this, you guys, because I want to have lots of room for these button flowers, because I love the button flowers. They're so fun. And come down. And it's a little tip for you guys when you are working with this. As you can see, I am missing my little button. I have no idea. I have a little shag carpet thingy underneath my chair, and it ate it. It was very sad.
You're missing a button.
I'm missing a button. This little stamp is missing.
Aww. So cute though.
That's okay. I know. I'm missing a button.
It's cute.
It is very cute. So we're putting all these little ones along the bottom. Start low and work your way up a little bit until you're comfortable with it.
Okay, I'm finished doing that.
Good. Well, we're going to finish the stamps, and then we'll do the big stamps after. gorgeous.
It's a little different, but it's not gonna not be.
Very nice. See, this one's a little faint, but I'm not going to worry about that. I can touch it up if I wanted to, but I'm not going to worry about it.
Because that's your original one. That's your original one right there, so.
That's my original one, yeah.
You're just doing it on the paper to show them how to do it.
Because this is going to go in my journal book. And then this guy I'm going to bring down a little bit lower. There. There's mine. So that's what I did. I just thought, because this is kind of fun. I love this set. It's so cool. So there. Let's see. Then comes the fun part with all these other stamps. So
Do they have those stamps?
they did. They bought them.
Do this crap?
They did. Now we're going to see if they're having any problems.
Are they mute right now? Are they on mute?
They are all muted. Yes, they are.
Why?
So they're only on listen to me because I'm the teacher. Should I get out my yardstick?
What?
Class. Class. Pay attention, class. No? You don't think so?
I don't know.
No?
I don't know.
Oh, I like that. That's very cool.
She's putting her hand up.
Yes, Irene.
Question. I'm not great with stamps,
No, it's
and
okay.
I just really muddied one.
Look, let me see.
It's just really thick and ouch.
Why don't you put it up so we can see
Yeah,
it?
let's
and I'll
all
spotlight
judge.
you?
Okay.
Please.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Okay, so that, you know what, I'm not going to worry about that. Put a little bit of gesso over top of the part there. And what we're going to do is we're going to let the gesso dry, put another couple of coats of white paint, and we're going to put a big, huge flower button there later.
Okay.
Okay?
How do you prevent that from happening?
You might have slipped a bit, or you may not have got your stamp down solid before you put pressure on it, or you let it slip a bit. Or too much pressure will do that as well.
Thank you.
But you know, it's not the end of the world. Even if we can't cover it, we can do a flower and cut it out of paper and maybe mat onto it too, because it will just blend in with everything. Because there's a couple of flowers there that are quite solid that would be pretty over that. Nothing, or we can even do the little phrase as a patch. Like there's so many things that we can do to fix little spots. That's what's fun about this. Oh, you can organize them now.
And you can net.
Yeah.
Because then the leaves go to the leaves.
Because, you know, you might run into the odd flower that may cause you a problem, and I'll show you how. Actually, I'll do that right now. So here's the one on the surface. So say, this is what I gave Irene an idea to do. Say you've ruined, you know, a spot that you just, you know, when it smudges like that, it does take away, like it is a mistake that doesn't necessarily get corrected, but it can. And I'm going to show you. So I would take a random piece of paper. I've stamped my image, and I'm just going to go and put a stamp on a piece of printer paper. And that didn't work. And this, what we'll talk about too, is always test your stamp when you first get a new one, because it will take off any of the, there's like a coating on these rubber stamps. So your second one will go better. See that? So it's always a good idea to do a test stamp when your stamp is brand new. Okay, so this is really for Irene or for anybody else. Like you're might end up with a spot. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it out very carefully. And reason why, like I talked about why the background is white, because I'm treating the background like it's paper. And you wouldn't think that sticking a piece of paper on is going to blend right in with your finished piece, but it will. And you know what, this flower here, I might even use it in my piece somewhere, because I might end up with one that gets wrecked. This flower I like particularly because it is it's quite solid.
So you just have to glue it on.
I'm going to mat me. I hear it, yeah.
Yeah, and then
So then
it
I will.
sticks on. If you make a mistake.
So Irene, if you look at this flower in your kit, you could probably take it and when you're all said and done, you could matte medium it on there. And once it's matte mediumed on and we've got all the paint, you won't even know that that piece is stuck on there. Okay? Because the matte medium will adhere it, unlike a sticker or anything like that, it's not going to lift. The matte medium will seal it underneath and on top as well. So that's a little trick, you guys.
Is it not medium on right now? Did you put it on?
I didn't put it on yet. No. Okay. That's my test subject. Test piece. Okay.
When am I going to do that? The button is up on the top.
Oh, well, I'm going to let you have these when we're done. And you can finish them. Okay. So, that's that. So now we've got this on. Now that's on, we are going to go and we're going to take our rest of our stamps. So here's one for instance. I got this one ready to go. You can use my photo as a guide, or you can just have a little fun. It's whatever your little heart desires. Or you may want to start with, say, why don't we do that? Actually, this will make more sense. We're going to start with the biggest one, and we'll work downwards. Because that big flower is like so awesome. I just love it. So this big one, we're not going to do any background yet. That's separate. We're going to do that separately because I'm going to show you some little tricks to getting stamps on and colored. So I'm going to ink this button.
The button flower.
Big button flower. Do you want to bring me your little stamp pad that had the pumpkins on it? So when I'm finished with this one, you can have it, stamp yours. And let's see, so I'm going to take, I have a nice big area over here.
I think you took it to use for something.
Oh, did I? Okay.
Because I don't have it.
This will be yours. Okay. So I'm just going to put this here. There. So that was kind of like a good place for it. It's a nice big spot. And you can do more than one. I'm doing, I don't know. Should I do another one? What do you think? I kind of like that flower, but I really liked it in the background too.
Well, you can leave that one there, and then you can keep it as a triangle too.
Good.
Oh, you lost that button, and you needed to do that.
That's okay.
You can
Oh,
use.
what am I going to do, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, so you guys can do one or two of this big flower.
Just
Okay.
don't use that button.
Do you have your ink over there?
Um,
Oh, here it is. So here's your ink pad, and here's your big flower. Okay? We'll do yours. And then I moved on to smaller flowers. I mean, you don't really want them two together.
I need a baby wipe.
A baby wipe?
Yeah.
Here you go.
So then when I get on my hands, I can get off right away.
We don't get dirty. Your mother will kill me. Okay, so then we take this one. We're going to stamp a couple. Now this one here, this is sort of a fun solid one. So I liked adding, you know, a little bit of color of this. So let's see. But when you put these big ones down, think of in terms like there's some little leaves in this pattern, in this stamp set as well, right? So you want to leave some room to maybe add a few little leaves. So when we do stamp these down, think of what you want to add as well. So some little leaves. So we're going to leave a little bit of room. And let's see. I'm following mine just because I'm lazy. Because I liked what I did. So I'm following mine. But
It's a little different.
there. So that put that one there.
It's a little different, but
Yeah, I don't often stamp like this. I prefer to turn it over and stamp like this. But it is a personal choice. And let's see. I think this one will go here. Because I don't like the fact that I got those other two. See, on this one, I got two together. And I didn't. I'm switching them around.
you didn't really like that as much.
No.
You liked it, but like it's just like you didn't really want them.
Did you
to.
stamp this flower?
Yeah.
Okay, now you can have this
I'm
one.
copying you.
Oh, okay, well here's your next one. We'll stamp that one. Okay, so I got a couple of flowers. So now we're going to go and find another one of these flowers. Is everybody doing okay?
Yeah.
So thumbs up, we're all doing okay? Trying not to go too fast, but
Where did this one go? Okay.
okay. And so I'm going to take my next one. The reason I don't stamp into the pad so much as I don't want to get like my corners, as you can see, over time. So I prefer this way, but you can do either way. This way I just find I get an even pressure on my stamp and I can move it around. Makes me a little happier. And let's see, we're going to stick one right here. Because there's such cute ones in here. And see, here I'm going to show you right now how we fix that. But I keep my ink pad covered because it's so dry here. So here's one that was a little on the light side. So this is how I'm going to fix it. I'm just going to take my Identipen and just going to darken those lines very carefully.
Just don't mess it up.
Don't mess it up. There. So everything's fixable. So that's what the Identipen, and then because we're going to put matte medium over this later, it'll seal it. We put matte medium over before we paint everything. Let's see, put another one on.
And do I just use this one to touch it up?
Did you make a mess?
No. Just
You miss a spot.
No, just
And see, this one's
touch it.
really light, you guys, so do not panic. We're going to do exactly the same thing on this one.
Except we're gonna have to copy the font everything.
Well, it has lines. I can see my lines.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to copy the just darken the whole entire flower.
Yeah, I have to be very careful. So just careful. So we go back. I'm doing these now while I'm letting you guys catch up, but you can go back when you're finished and just touch up any of these that maybe didn't come through the way they should. And then they become part of the piece. There's no way to go wrong here. Because I can guarantee you, you're going to end up with at least one.
You might, but
You did.
what?
You ended up with one.
Where?
Didn't you have to fix one?
No, I said if I needed to fix one.
Oh, okay. There. It's close enough. It's not the end of the not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. Nothing's the end of the world. Okay. I had 3 of this flower before, but I'm only going to put 2 on this time. Do you want this one now? You got that one on? There you go. There's the other flower.
Okay.
And
I need to put them in either side.
I like this one. I like the one with the little sticks. I didn't use it enough in my last one, and I do like it, so I'm going to put a couple in there. Try not to mess it up. Okay, take a deep breath. Ooh, my ink might be drying fast on me today.
That's why I need to keep closing it.
I do. See, you learned. Let's see. A little added pressure. Oh, yeah. But see, I don't care. I don't mind fixing them. It's all good.
Audrey wants to know if you want cheese pizza for supper.
Yes, please.
Okay.
You're spoiled.
I like cheese pizza. It's my favorite type of
Oh.
pizza.
She didn't ask us if we wanted any.
No. I don't think she would. I think she didn't know that you wanted it.
No, I was teasing. I tease all the time.
I know. My grandpa teases me and actually calls me my mom's name, which is Azalea.
Oh, is that right?
Because I look like my mom when she was a
Aw.
child.
Aw. Alright.
So my grandpa calls me my
It
mom's name.
does. That's cute.
My grandpa.
Okay, do you want this flower now?
Yes, please. Because I'm finished with the other one. Oh, I
Okay.
probably don't. Okay, the paint's dry.
Okay, try.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter.
There you go.
But I mean, the big blobs are probably not.
Big blobs, yeah. Okay, so now,
I don't like it. I know.
now we can, I've got sort of my main pattern on now, so we can start adding accordingly. I love these little tiny leaves. I think they are just so stinking cute. And I didn't add as many as I wanted the first time around, so I'm going to add some leaves. And I'm going to change my stays on pad. I think that one is getting dry on me. Let's try this one. Either that or it's just me going south, one of the two.
Can you re-ink them, or do you have to buy a new one every
You
time?
can buy
it gets-
re-inkers for them, actually, which is really good. But I think one thing I do know about the StazOn versus some of the other ones, it does dry up faster than others. I have heard that. All right, so add a few leaves wherever you want to fill in some spaces. Oh, I think my other pad is just... And there's a single leaf as well as some double leaves, so you can kind of mix them up and have some fun. Good. Okay. And just, be creative. Where else?
Ready for the leaf when you're done.
Okay. Oh. So you can take these and put them right on the edge as well.
Like there's the flower there, but
Yeah,
you can't see
there
it.
could have been a flower there. There. Okay. There's your leaf. Take your little flower away. There's your leaf.
You don't want to put on a flower, just leaf.
No. And then I'm going to take my little single leaf and I'm just going to randomly add it a few places here and there. Okay, so it's kind of coming out of this guy down here. Maybe it's going down into there. Let's see. I think I'm just basically just playing with it.
Uh-oh. I dropped the thing.
Oh no, we'll have to stick a flower there.
Okay.
Everything's fixable. Oh, to be young again. Okay. No more panic. Nothing to panic about. Yes, maybe one coming in here. I just like to fill in some spaces is all I do, really. Let's see. I think I need one here. All right. Do you want a little single leaf?
Yes. Please, I'm not doing this. Wait, I need to do one.
Okay. So I think I'm going to take, now this is up to you. This is where you can sort of add a few little embellishments of your choice. I'm going to put these little lines around her neck. I just did it just because I thought it added a little something something, which I thought was kind of cute. So.
And then you added a heart.
The heart is stuck on. Yes, it is.
Like,
okay, so here's your little leaf. Right here.
And then you're using the
There you go.
line thingies next.
Mm-hmm.
What are the line thingies for?
Oh, I don't know. It's a little decorative thing. I think it's kind of pretty.
For
Yeah, it's made her a
this
necklace.
stuff.
Made her a necklace. She's styling. So if you want to use this little liney thing, I'm going to give her a little bit of pattern for her necklace. You just kind of follow it along with the top. This is why we do the inking last, so we can.
Does anybody have any questions for Deb at this point?
Yeah, they're so
Or
quiet, eh?
Are you struggling at all? No? Yes? If you do, just unmute yourself and ask your question, please.
Yeah, just, feel free to unmute yourself and just, like, yell. What did I do? Help. It's a very informal. My classes are informal. You can interrupt me at any time. So I did that. I mean, that's your choice. It's sort of something fun to do. And then, do you want to add some lines?
Just need to do one more. No, two more of these.
Okay. Let's see. So now, take a look now at the spaces that you have. You have a few spaces. So I took this one little stamp, just a little flower stamp. Yeah, I used this as my space filler, just to kind of you know, even things out a little bit. We've been building a bit of a pattern, and now we're just going to go and fill it in. A few little things here and there. So I look for some spots. I don't like empty space. Some people, you know.
Now I'm ready.
Okay. I'll leave down there. And try to remember, and I forgot, but try to remember to turn them so they're not always going the same direction. Throw a few of these in. Try not to make a pattern. Should put one down here. What do you think?
I'm ready for the grass.
Okay. And this is all, basically, you guys, if when you're trying to figure out where to put these, think of it in terms of how much you want to shade around them. That's always good. And here's a little trick. It's time for to show a trick. Trick time. I love sticky notes. So if you want to just kind of get a little bit fun and put one that's maybe half off the side, because you don't want to put a full one, take a sticky note, and that will mask off whatever section you don't want to get a stamp on. So say I want just a hint of a flower. There. It's filled up. Then I've got a hint of a flower there. Here you go. Here's your little flower.
Except it kind of...
I smudged, as there was black on my finger, but it'll come off.
If you get off right away, every
Yeah.
once in a while.
Yep. There's your little flower. Did you finish the little flower?
No, I didn't do the grass yet. Or-
Oh, you want the grass?
Yeah, I didn't do the grass.
Where's the grass?
I don't know.
Oh, there's the grass. Okay,
Where's
there's
the
your,
wrong spot?
there's your grass. Okay. So,
I know where to put them.
for fun, this is where I like to create. If you want to have fun with this, you can. This is, I wanted little tiny buttons between here because I'm kind of anal that way. This is why my fingers are black. Can I have a baby wipe, Errol?
Yeah.
Okay, bring me a baby wipe when you're done. So what I did is I took this little button on the end.
Looks like you're gonna get two.
Oh,
They're
two.
attached
I
together.
might need two. I got really dirty. And I just stamped it, and then I just put little tiny button in between these. Just that little tiny button on the end.
Okay, I'm finished with the grass.
Good
I did
job.
the little necklace.
You want to try? You're going to get dirty fingers if you put the little button on.
Do what?
You're going to get dirty fingers if you put the little button on.
Yeah.
You don't need a little button.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can always wipe it off.
Well, you can. All I did was I took like this. I made a little button. So
Oh, that's
Wow.
what you meant. I was thinking.
you're going to get very dirty if you do that. Okay.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
No.
I did like the other button. I haven't done that button flower.
Oh, the little button? Which flower?
The little button flower.
Oh, this one. Okay.
That's the littlest one that's
All
there.
right. Get the little button flower. There it is.
Because I haven't put them in between the flowers.
Okay. 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 So now we've got these in. And anybody let me know how you're doing. Oh yeah, the ink comes off. Yay! I had ink on my finger. That's all right. So you should have this done, or something that resembles it to start with. So now, the fun part is to take this off into the background. And now, what I thought was really fun about the background is this stamp and these button stamps,
I'm done.
which I thought was fun, adding these little button stamps into the background. But in order for me to color the button stamps to get them those nice bright colors, I needed to make circles first. So what I did is I took my, where's my circle maker? Right here. So I take my little circle template, anything that's got a variety of circle sizes. So what I did is I took, say, this one, and I figure out
Another circle.
what size circle it needs.
Find another one.
Oh, that's, you can use that one. So this one fits here. So I laid this over to see what size would fit. So if I take, and I want to add this particular button, I'm going to use this stencil. And I'm going to get my little stencil brush. Or you can just draw it, like trace it and then paint it in. Whichever you prefer. I'll take a little, just a little stamp. Oh, my brain just died. Heirloom, my brain died. This is my little dome blender, and I also use it as my little pouncer from time to time. So I will pounce a color. So my little buttons were bright yellow, and this is where I'm using...
Like orange and yellow.
No, I painted them white. Or, I painted them white. What I did is I painted them with gesso. But this background is actually quite light, and we don't really need the gesso. So what I did is I'm going to do, say, bright yellow. And just for the sake of this, I'm going to go into the bright yellow in the regular DecoArt acrylics. So I take my yellow, and I'm going to put it on my palette. And I'm going to take my little pouncy stencil brush. If you use a little stencil brush, if that's what you have, that's fine. And load it up with my yellow, and I'm going to stipple it. And now I've got a yellow circle. So this will be the beginning of my yellow button. And let's see, I'm going to find another place for a little yellow button. I think I'll put another little yellow button over here somewhere. And so,
Yeah, you put one right
yeah.
there.
So I'll put my little stencil on, another little yellow circle for my other little button. Bounce. And the nice thing about using the regular acrylics for this as opposed to the DecoArt fluid acrylics is that we are going to get that more of an opaque. The other option is to use white and then paint them with the fluid acrylics, because the fluid acrylics will always be transparent no matter what. So that'll give us a couple of yellow circles, like so. And let's see, so now, was that my yellow stamp? That was my yellow stamp. I'm going to put it up there so we don't lose it like we did the little one. Then I'm going to take my next one and figure out, okay, oh, see, now I have to find another circle maker because that one's not big enough. Let's see. Ah, this one. See how it just literally fits right in there? So find a circle that works. And these ones will be, I made them purple, but you know, you can do any color you want. I don't have no rules. We don't have no stinking rules. Okay, so there. Make a purple one.
We can grab it for you.
You gotta find it. It says lavender on it. Maybe it's not there. I see it. Is that it? Lavender. Perfect. So I'm using lavender as a DecoArt acrylic, or you can use a dioxazine purple in the fluid acrylic and mix it with some white, and that will give you your lavender. See, some of these colors Carol and I've come up with recently, because I've been doing a ton of samples recently for DecoArt, or for Stampendous, and I came up with more color combinations. So my list is almost complete. Almost.
What colors are you mixing?
Sometimes if I want to make a light purple, I mix a dark purple and a white together.
If you want to make lavender, you do the same.
On the bottle of, the bottle of acrylics you said lavender, but in the media acrylics, what paint color?
Dioxazine purple, and just mix it with a touch of white.
Okay, thank you.
And until you get the purple that you like. Lavender just kind of was a nice purple that seems to work with dioxazine purple in either brand. So it was just a case of trying to find colors that, like-minded colors that worked the same. So there's my purple circle. Do a purple circle there. And these are so I can stamp over them. And I just wanted to create like the circles so that I knew where they were going to go, and then then my black lines would stay on top of the painted colors. I added a purple one just for some reason, just because. It was to be inclusive with other colors. So that's what's neat about background colors, is when you're painting your stamped images like all of these, I decided I needed a purple flower. So then I dragged that purple out somewhere into the background. So in this particular case, I just added a button and I painted a purple one on my chipboard. So this guy, purple, is this one. That's a bigger button. It's going to go up here, out of the way so I don't lose it. Now it's the big flower. This was my favorite one. I did a couple of these in here. And so now we got to find...
It's a little big.
Oh, that one will work.
Yeah.
Third one. Okay. These are blue. So we can use, what did I write down? I used Bahama Blue for these. Bahama Blue is very similar to the Cobalt Teal Hue. Can you find me Bahama Blue? I can see it. Aha! Perfect.
Why is it called Bahama Blue?
I don't know. It's a pretty name, isn't it?
What?
It's a pretty name. Bahama Blue. Okay. So these ones will be Bahama Blue. And what's funny is in actuality, this piece is a mixture of both paints. It always was right from the beginning. But mostly the background was the regular acrylics, and the stamped images are usually the fluid acrylics, just because of the transparency of them. Okay, so a couple of little Bahama Blue circles. I said it was the third one in, so it's this one. So I did a flower here, because we got to leave room for the chipboard things up here.
Where did you get those lines from that are around?
What lines? Oh, we're going to make those.
How?
Stamp them.
From where?
Up here. And don't forget to leave room on the top for the phrase if you're going to put it on. Okay. Don't forget that.
I'm watching you on this.
Am I on there? Am I beautiful?
Oh no, I mean your picture.
Oh. So I'll just pop these on here. So a couple of blue circles.
I don't see any more.
And I had a horrible, horrible thing when I lost my little tiny button. So if you have this little tiny button up here, you can add one, a couple of them, whatever color you prefer. I lost my button. It fell down into my carpet, never to be found again. So that's up to you. And that was the same. Just find the right size circle.
Probably gonna be at least like one in.
And it will be it's just another blue button. It'll work. I lost my blue button.
Or this one, like this one. Kind of.
That might work too. Pretty close. Okay, so you're going to get those on there. Does it match? Yeah, it's pretty close. A little bit small, but yeah, it's pretty close. Pretty close. Okay. So, while we're waiting for these to dry.
I used it on that one.
Yeah.
That one.
So, just a quick question, if everybody can put their hands up. Does everybody have the chipboard elements? The chipboard pieces?
Yep.
Okay, those of you that do, this is where we're going to take a moment right now. And I'm just going to put this up here. So the chipboard is the prep of it, do not take it apart. Do not cut it up. We're going to take it out of its little package. Okay, I'll take that off here and stick it on there so I don't lose it. You want to stick those on there for me? Okay, put them on there so I don't lose them. So your chipboard, make sure you got buttons facing the right way. There's sometimes some little added pieces in here. We just take those out. Watch for any like little bits inside holes and stuff. And they just pop out with a stylus or something. But you will have it. So what we're going to do is this is where your gesso comes in handy. Put my picture up. We're going to get these ready to go. Because we're kind of at the base coat, shade, and highlight and dry brush stage. And then we're going to color all our stamps in. The coloring of the stamps takes very little time. So what I want you to do is get out your gesso, or if you don't have, those of you that maybe didn't use gesso and used a sealer in white or something, but gesso, and this awesome little stipple brush or your stencil brush or whatever you have. Oh, and my gesso. Right here.
You would ask me back at two,
I was gonna,
and then you didn't.
but then I did not. So with this, what we're going to do is chipboard is chipboard when it does absorb moisture and it does get wet, but it dries totally flat. Oh, Karen just dropped off my things. So what we do is we're going
I can
to,
go grab them.
they're in the mailbox.
I can go grab them out of the mailbox.
Okay. You can use either a stencil brush, or you can even use a makeup sponge or a foam brush or whatever. I stipple all of my chipboard. And this is how I base coat it all. So I leave it all together, throw the chipboard, and start gessoing it. The gesso is going to seal this for us so that we can then move forward. because these buttons and stuff are all getting painted the same colors as we're doing all the other little buttons in the background. Do you know what's in there? Open it. I know what's in there.
I don't.
It's Halloweeny. My chipboard lady just dropped off my skeletons. Look, skeletons. So we're just going to go over them all. And this is so much easier than trying to fiddle with all these little pieces. Isn't that what they are?
They really have big handles, but they have small scissor pieces.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know why. Big hands, maybe. People with giant hands. So we're just going to get a nice coat. Skeletons?
They're little skeleton body pieces.
I apologize, Deb. I've got to step away for a bit. I will be back.
Oh, okay.
I'll put them with the ice.
Oh, thank you.
Do you have a drawer for those?
I do not have a drawer for them yet.
Yeah.
They go in kits, actually. They're going to go in little kits with spider webs and spiders.
Yeah, but like all the other stuff too.
Oh, they actually, they don't
skates.
have a home yet. They go, did you put them with my skates?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you need more of this.
I have another one. I'd have to empty that one, use it all up first. So as you can see, it'll soak in a little bit. Now normally if this was a bigger piece of chipboard that we were using, like, you know, a big solid piece, we would gesso both sides, and that would seal up both sides and allow it to dry totally flat, which is very helpful when we want our chipboard. Chipboard, it works really good, but you always have to seal it first. I'm just adding a little second coat on here. Yeah. And let it dry. So who stepped away? Somebody stepped away for a minute, okay.
Linda.
Linda
No,
stepped away?
Sheila stepped away. for a
Oh,
bit.
okay, good. Okay, so I'll give everybody one more little task to go along with this so that we're all working in the same, we'll be all cohesive and in the same spot. Is I want you to take the phrase from your
Oh, I need
stamp
to
set.
finish.
Oh, you will have to do this. And then you're going to get a spare piece of paper. So like I showed you before, like just take a scrap piece of paper where we've done, you know, a flower to cut out or whatever. And we're going to put our phrase on here, and we're going to ink it, and we're going to stamp this
You
piece of
already
paper.
used it, but
I did.
yeah, but probably.
Used it once before. And you may not get a perfect print the first time because you've got your brand new stamp, but the nice thing is you can just stamp 2 or 3 and pick the best one. And that's what you want. So we're just going to stamp it, and then we are going to cut it out. Here you go. Here.
Where's
Yep.
this?
There you go. So I'm just going to cut it out now in a rectangle shape, and it doesn't have to be perfect. I kind of like them when they're a little bit wonky, but that's my personal choice. And just cut it out. But leave the top because we have to add the other word onto the top first. So that's the R buttons like. So now we can pick friends or moms or grandma. So I don't know if you're making this for somebody in particular, but I picked friends. So it's got friends, moms, or grandmas. So I picked friends. So I'm going to use the, oh, thank you. You want to make, what are you putting on yours? Friends, moms, or grandmas. So I'm taking the word friends, and I'm going to stamp it just above my phrase there. Because I thought friends are like buttons.
What does it say? Oh, friends are like buttons. I want to do friends.
Friends are like buttons that hold things together. And I'm just going to stamp this above so that I've got the whole phrase on here.
You can choose
Here.
whichever one you want.
Yep.
Okay.
There.
Probably
So now
really
you can
need another
finish
one.
cutting it out so that you've got a nice little rectangle here. And that's what you should have. Okay, so we'll put that aside. Here's your scissors for after. Because that eventually is going to go up here. Or wherever you want to put it on your piece. And these will be stuck up here after. picked Friends? Okay. Perfect.
Otherwise, I'd tell you which one I want.
Yeah, is that for me? Because I'm your friend. I'll be your friend. Okay, so friends are like flowers. So I like the fact that it's got those little choices of different phrases that you can put on there. Okay. So this is the worst part, you guys. This is all the stamping and the sweating and the oh my god, it didn't work phase. And it all worked out so far. So far, so good, you guys? Somebody's eyes rolled. Irene, did you roll your eyes?
This is Darcy. I have a question about the buttons.
Yeah.
Notice I'm using my circle template and I'm noticing that there's two sizes that actually sort of look like they will work for the button. One of them, the button can go through the circle, and the other one, it's a little too tight. Should I use the smaller one so that
Use the one where it's a little bit tight.
Yeah, okay,
So that way,
great.
because the black circle around the outside should give you the outside finish, so you shouldn't have any issues with it. Did you get it cut out?
Okay, great. Thank you. That helps a lot.
Yeah, you know, and it's not going to be terrible. We're going to float around all these things. Very nice. Very nice. Should we matte medium yours on there for you?
Yep. I want it up here in the corner.
Okay.
I need to cut a little bit more paper.
Yeah, make it a little bit smaller so it doesn't take up too much room. Here's a little something that you can do on these too to finish these off. When you cut out your little samples, your little sayings and stuff, I like to take the edge and I take my ink pad and I'll just take them edges and I just kind of drag them along. It puts a very fine black edge on this paper, which is really kind of cool once it's adhered. Kind of gives it a little frame that you barely notice. It's kind of neat.
How does it look?
Oh, you want to see? I will do this instead of you so that you don't have to get dirty fingers. See, and I rub it on the ink pad. See, and it gets a little tiny black line you can barely notice.
Do you do that all the time?
Mm-hmm. Hold that. Okay. You want to bring yours here? We'll matte medium it on where you want it. Then that way I can show the ladies how we matte medium it on.
And I can put it up here in the corner.
Okay. So this, you guys, this is my little friend's sample that she's working on.
Audrey's home.
Oh, okay, just give her a minute. We're doing it all. See if she gets home. Do you know what? I think it's going to go here.
Okay.
Or we cut it a little thinner.
We can cut it a little.
Okay.
Except you're going to have to redo that.
I will redo the edge.
But that one edge.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll put the little black one there. So this is the one that Errol is working on, but because she's going to be leaving me now, we're going to matte medium hers on, and I'll show you how we do that. Just so, you know, in case.
Here, so I can finish it next Tuesday.
Oh, are you going to finish it next Tuesday? Okay. So I take matte medium. Now, if you don't have matte medium, you can use varnish. Where did I put my new matte medium? Oh, it's here. So matte medium, of course, this stuff's like gold. I love it more than anything. More than life myself. So when I want to use matte medium, like there's two different things you can do. If this was a bigger piece, I would probably spritz it so it was a little bit wet, but it's just a tiny piece. So I'm going to put this matte medium up here just like it was paint. Okay. So it's got a sticky side. And then I'm just going to sit this on here and line it up where I want it. There. Okay. And then I'm going to seal it. So it's very important with papers that we seal over top when we're done. And then we let it dry. You can come in here. There, so we have to let this dry. So that's, you guys, is how we would matte medium this on. Or this is how you would also, if you had to add any little flowers, this is also how you would add your flowers. And I often will, just to finish it off for bubbles and things, is I will take an old credit card, find it, an old credit card, and I will smooth it out. And this will take out any little bubbles that may still be there. There. So that's how you do it. So if you have to put any little flowers in here, that's how you'll do your flowers as well. There.
You and we need to put a flower there. For
You know, like that one lady where we were maybe going to fix her flower, we would take that matte medium, do the same thing, and we could stick a flower down in here to fix if we had
Yeah, but I
an
need to
ugly
put
spot.
one here.
Do you?
Yeah, look.
Oh no.
I told you that it dropped.
Oh no. Oh no. This is how we're going to fix a flower, you guys. See, Erilyn did a little boo-boo down in here, which she doesn't like. So, you know, nothing says a flower can't be on top of another flower, right? Yeah. So we're going to put little matte medium in here. And this little flower that I cut out before, we're going to put it in here. Just move it around.
That's good.
And there, see? Now it just looks like we got two flowers together, because once we start painting and this all dries, it all becomes the same color. And then we'll paint them. There. And now it's no longer an issue. Right? Okay, perfect.
I'll go put that.
Show Audrey what you did. Okay, you guys, I'm going to let you finish all this up. I'm going to give you 4:51. So I'm going to give you a 10-minute break. We'll come back on the hour, Carolyn. Okay. All right, so now that we've got, we'll finish the stamps in the background. We've got all those little squares and stuff. You've got your little saying, which we'll put on shortly. So we're going to take our little stamp and we're going to match the stamps up with the holes, with the little hole dots that we put in. And this is where, you know, it's kind of fun now, right? So I take my little circle, my little button stamp, and this one I know was on the purple. And they don't have to be 100% perfect. But no, we're not going to stamp that one yet. I lied. We're going to base coat, shade, and highlight first. We're going to finish those circles. No, we didn't. Oh no, we're fine. We're going to paint the chipboard and then we're going to go back and finish these, because that way we're getting all the base coat, shading, and highlighting done. So that all we're doing is painting flowers. That's what we're doing. It made me think. I lost my helper. Okay, so the chipboard is gessoed. So now what we're going to do is we're going to base coat in those colors that we just used to paint these little buttons. Okay. Let me see my chipboard. So one of the buttons is the purple. And one of the buttons is the blue. And then you can get creative, or you can do them all the same as I've done. What I tried to do is I tried to zigzag. So I had this big block of white down here. So it's part of the designing process too. A big block of white down here. So I needed to draw white out elsewhere in my piece, which is why the white is up here in my little saying, because it'll coordinate with the dress. And I also did one white button to draw my eye over here. So we now have a triangle of what visuals without this big block of white down here with nothing else to draw our eye to. It's part of the design process. You have to look at where your eye goes right off the bat. And if something just seems to be glowing at you and you're not seeing the rest of the design, you need something. And it can be something so simple as just another blue button or something like that. So with the same, we're going to get our little painting brush and we're going to base coat. So we know that these buttons, the purple one is going to be over top of the blue, or you can do it the other way around. It doesn't matter. So we're going to paint them the same way we always would. We're going to paint around the cute as a button because it's going to be black. Don't worry about those little bridges. They're called bridges, the little pieces that are attaching them. They're just called bridges. We can paint over those because they're all going to get cut off. Now the purple button is over top, so I'm going to make sure that you leave that little ridge. Okay, this has to come up here. You want to leave this little ridge around here so it matches the rest of the button. All this freehand stuff. Oh my gosh. I know some of you ladies that are on here, I know Heather does a lot of journals and things. So when you start doing journal pages, and just different little creations. This is a great thing to learn, just little ways to free your mind and just kind of go with it. Try something that little bit different. Take a walk on the wild side. Because it's kind of fun. Sometimes it's fun to be free with your colors. Just try different things. My lavender. Oh, water bombers are overhead again. Uh-oh. Incoming. Okay, so we've got a purple, we've got a blue. And now I just took a bunch of different colors. So I used the colors that I'm using in my palette. So watermelon slice. Use a red. How's that? Watermelon slice, which would be Pyrrole Red in the fluid acrylics. Also one of my favorite colors. So watermelon slice is going to be the red. We've got primary yellow as your yellow. And these are the hearts. Now, two of the little tiny solid hearts, these two little ones, we're going to just paint those white because those become her wings when we're done. But if you accidentally paint them any other color right now, it's no biggie. We just paint them white when we're done. So these two top button ones are red. These two are white. And let's see, what other colors did I do? The rest are red. Oh no, they're not. So these two down here with the, this one with the little holes on it is red. And this one with the hole in the middle, the big cutout in the middle, is also red, as is, I don't know where this big one went. Red, red, red. Yeah, they're all red. Okay, so these, red. I don't think I used this big one, so you guys can do whatever you want with it. Paint it red and stick it wherever you want it to go to add to your piece. And this little one is red. Oh, I did make a boo-boo. One of these ones is not red. It's purple. But purple goes over red just fine. One is purple. There we go. This little baby one is red. Isn't this so much easier than trying to paint them if you cut them all out? And then white for these ones. And we're going to do one big white button, which is the biggest one with the 4 holes in it. It's going to be white. And one of the little buttons is going to be white. see how we doing. White, 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 red. And the little, all the little buttons can be, we're going to do 2 in green. So the green I'm going to use, when I use my fluid acrylics, one of my favorite greens is to use the Hauser Green Light. When I don't have Hauser Green Light, I use Festive Green. When you put them side by side on a palette or on paper, they don't look the same, but when they're out on, you know, for washes and floats and stuff, they are almost exactly the same. So we're going to take a little bit of Festive Green. Let's see if that's on my, yes it is, good. And we're going to do a couple of the buttons in green, these little guys. Yeah, you wouldn't think that you expect Festive Green to be really dark, but it's actually not. So the 2 little tiny buttons are green. And, okay, so the orange that I'm using, because I love to use orange. So I quite often will just use like the cadmium orange hue, but when I want to use like the oranges in regular DecoArt acrylics, I am going to use saffron yellow. And I didn't list an orange on here, so I will do this update. I will add the orange in here. But the orange I'm going to use is, where did it go? Got my saffron. Got my bright. Tangerine. Tangerine is the orange that I will use because it's very much like my cadmium orange hue, or cadmium orange hue, which would be this one. And this looks lighter, but they're very similar when they're put onto the paper. So that's my cadmium. Tangerine. Tangerine. So, one of these, this guy is orange. Orange, and this one is yellow. That's what I did. So primary yellow for the other little guy. That's fine. And then that's all of those. So to finish that off, we're just going to paint the cute as a button in black.
Primary yellow, that's in the bottle acrylics or is that in the fluid?
Or bright yellow, sorry. Bright yellow. Then it said primary yellow. Bright yellow or the Hansa yellow light or medium in the fluid acrylics. Hansa yellow medium would be very close to, Hansa yellow medium and my bright yellow are very close in color as well. And this is the one I will use. Basically, I use primary yellow as Hansa yellow medium and Hansa yellow light. I use it for both of them when I'm using the regular acrylics. They do the same thing. There isn't basically a yellow that is brighter than and paler than the bright yellow in the DecoArt acrylics. And black. Yeah, I got to the point now where I keep all the colors that I use all on a little stand on my desk so that I know exactly which colors I'm using all the time. So that's usually what I'm digging from. So you'll get the updated packet with a little bit more information in it.
So the word button is painted in what, black?
Just black, yeah.
Thank you.
Every room needs a touch of black, or what is it, something that was said. They always need that touch of black.
Is this being recorded by chance?
Yes, it is. We hope
Okay.
it's being recorded. It should be recording under my software.
Wonderful.
It's being recorded without all the, yeah, it's being recorded. Woohoo! It's being recorded just strictly all of what we're doing here, down here. It's not recording you guys. No conversations other than what they hear over it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit it a bit to get rid of all the dead space. And it will be a proper recording without, you know, all the Zoom stuff. There, so that's what you should have. Something looks sort of like that. So we
Hey,
ready to
Deb.
carry on?
May I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm sorry to make you repeat it again, but those dots on the background, yes. What do you do with those now?
Oh,
Can
we're
you
going to stamp
tell-
over them after we finish shading and highlighting them.
So we just pick a size of a button and
Yeah.
and just base it in?
Yeah, or stencil it. If you got a circle
Yes.
template, and then just match it up with the button. Then we'll just, I just stenciled in the color.
Okay.
Just stencil over top then. And so as long as the button fits over it, I mean, it's not going to have to be perfect.
Okay.
Because it's mixed media. It's fun.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Of course.
It's always fun. Nothing has rules. I never did like rules. I used to walk into my work, tell them the schedule was just a guideline. Never went over well. I'd always be 5 minutes late with my coffee in hand. I'm here. They had no sense of humor. Yeah, they did.
Can you tell me what color the hat is?
The hat is raw sienna, and it doesn't matter which paint you're using, be it the fluid acrylics or the regular paint. Raw sienna is still raw sienna.
Okay.
What's on fire now, Jim? This, by the way, is the rubbing alcohol cleaning a stamp block. Gets all that ink right off. So cool. So if you ever want to clean ink off of something, rubbing alcohol. This is the one my little friend was using. cleaner. All right, so now we're going to start, and this is base coated, so we're going to do this along at the same time. So when I use, we'll start with purple for say. So I used the lavender, or use dioxazine purple mixed with a little bit of white in the fluid acrylics, and then we shade it with dioxazine purple. So you're basically using your color straight. So I'm going to shade the purple, so the purple on here and the purple here as well. We're going to time to do some floating. Where's my floating brush? Oh, I put my paints away. Come to mama. Here you are. Okay. So shading like we normally do. Shading and highlighting. All fun things. So the button, you know, you want to separate the button from the top and the bottom. So of course, our shading along the bottom and highlight on the top. So there. And then of course, I always shade the left side of the hearts. So the heart is shaded on the left side, purple heart. And then this purple button down here is also, it's going to be shaded along the bottom. Okay. And so the red, I did watermelon slice. So now we'll shade it with either cinnamon drop or quinacridone red. So either of the two, depending on what you had painted it with. Pyrrole Red. If you use quinacridone red, going over it with the same color, or just go over it with cinnamon drop, it should give you enough of a tint that it should work just fine. Cinnamon drop's one of my favorite colors. Cinnamon drop. I was traumatized when they were going to take away watermelon slice. I was traumatized, but they brought it back. So cinnamon drop. Shade the left side of your hearts. Oops, try not to do that. Okay, left side of your hearts. And the fun thing about using these oranges and stuff is we're just going to use this similar colors to deepen the shading. So on the yellow, we're just going to use tangerine to deepen the shading. So I like using different colored tints when I do this. So this is sort of an idea of how we're going to mix our colors together. We always need a darker orange, so basically like a vermilion in the fluid acrylics would be very similar to my orange flame, which is what I use for my darker orange when I want to darken my shading. And then I finish it with reds all the time.
Okay. Did you say that the yellow button is shaded with mint green?
The yellow button is painted with bright yellow.
No, but what is it shaded with?
Oh, tangerine.
Oh, okay.
The orange.
Okay, I'm glad I asked that.
That's okay. One of the other colors that I taught recently, my microphone went weird on me, so I'm keeping an eye on that. I don't want that to happen again. So the orange, my tangerine button, which is the orange button, gets shaded with orange flame, or it would be like vermilion, or I think that's the darkest one, like a vermilion in the fluid acrylics. Or pyrrole orange will work as well. And the white ones, the white buttons are shaded all with the Bahama Blue. Just a nice soft blue. Give them a hint of blue.
Okay, Deb, so the only one I missed is the green ones. What are they shaded with?
I haven't yet, but they will be shaded with, actually be shaded with holly green.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. And so these little hearts that we've kept white, they are going to be her wings. So you're going to shade them opposite sides actually, because one wing will be upside down. So one is getting shaded up. So this wing here is going to be the one that's going over here, so it's shaded on the bottom. And this other heart is the one that's going to be over here, so it's going to be shaded on this side. So one is shaded on the left and one is shaded on the right. And the big one, this is my favorite color. Some of you may not have it. Now you would use, I will quite often use, if I've done cobalt blue hue, I will quite often use cobalt turquoise hue as my shading. Or there's a couple of the blues. You could play around with a couple of the blues, but I would normally go into the cobalt blue, cobalt turquoise hue to shade cobalt teal hue, which is basically the blue. In my case here, I use Bahama Blue, and I shade it with tropical blue. And if you don't have tropical blue, you can go into like peacock teal, teal mint, a dark blue that coordinates with it. Midnight blue will work. Just a nice sort of blue with a greenish hue to it. So if anybody doesn't have tropical blue, you can holler at me and I will tell you. Desert turquoise will shade it. So there's always an option. But in this case, if you ever get your hand on tropical blue, it is a best. It is such a pretty blue. It's just amazing. It's nice. It's got a nice greenish tinge to it. So I'll quite often just shade it with tropical blue.
Deb, can you move the chipboard up a bit? Thanks.
Yeah. Trying to keep it off my piece. I got my piece dirty once already. And don't forget, of course, to bring your float along behind the button. There. And we are going to do such easy highlights on these. Oh, I need a holly green. Then we're going to do some really super easy highlights. So holly green shades the little green buttons. Yeah, it took a lot of time to figure out what colors worked best. And the thing is with these colors is you'll find if you were to try to base coat with them just on their own, they're very transparent. And that's what I needed. I needed to find these colors that were transparent. So there. Now we can go into a bunch of other pinks, but we don't need, or other highlight colors, we don't need to. What we do is we take, say on the blue, we'll use this as an example. My base coat color was Bahama Blue. Then I'm going to tip my brush into white, and I'm going to create this softer shade of the blue. And that's how we're going to do our highlights on these. Now I've created a softer shade of blue, very soft. See? So poor man's highlighting. Help save on all these little colors. So we don't need all these colors in here because we're not going to use them for anything else other than just some highlights. So finish those up. And it's just a brush mix. I dip my brush into the Bahama Blue, then I dip the point into the white, and I just blend them as though I was loading my brush for floating. Oh, now I already did it. I didn't need to do another one. So the next one, the purple, would be the same. It would be the lavender with a touch of white. So I blend my lavender out for the purple, and then a touch of the white, and it creates just a beautiful soft version of the same color. If you can see those in there. I hate putting these in instructions though because people freak out. Oh my God. We don't like brush mixing, but sometimes it's so simple. Just tap any hard lines out with your finger. And there's another one up here. So there's your quick highlights. Same for the pink or the red. Dip it in your, oh sorry, that was, dip it in your base coat colors, your red, base coat red color, and a hint of white. Creates the softer version. Almost like a softer pinky color. And we are going to highlight the points. Now when I paint these, I have to simplify these instructions because what I'll do is I'll paint these like several different colors, but only one of them becomes the dominant color, so it's no point in going into all of those while I'm teaching the class. I'll lose somebody somewhere along the line. And the white one stays by itself. The orange will get highlighted with the bright yellow because it's kind of fun to do that. Why not? And that same bright yellow now gets mixed with white to do a highlight on the yellow button. So now you've got your base coat shade and highlights on all of those, and we're good to move on. So those being done, so we're going to do the same colors on here. So I'm just gonna move over here now with the same colors to finish these guys up. This is my brushes already with the yellow. I'll leave that right where you can see it. I'll highlight my little yellow ones because I already have that brush mix on my brush for finishing with those ones. And it got shaded with the tangerine. We shaded this one, so we're going to highlight it. Same brush mix, lavender and white. And this is how I would work with the fluid acrylics as well. If I ever wanted a color that was more opaque, is you just mix a bit of white with it, and it will make that color automatically opaque. There's my there. And the blue one, turquoise. So tropical blue shading. And Bahama Blue with white. Getting into the last edges of that. So funny. I can do it, I can do it. They don't need any more. Honey. There. So we're all getting to this point, guys. I'll just take a thumbs up when everybody's finished and ready to move on.
Okay, we got 2 thumbs up. Thank you, Leona. in Georgia. I just didn't want you to stay, continue to keep your thumb up there.
Debbie, did the white ones stay just plain white?
For the highlight or the shade, Heather?
Well, didn't we make some of them just white altogether?
Did you?
Yeah.
Base coat was white?
Did you call me? I went to get water. Sorry.
The white buttons are shaded with Bahama Blue.
Yes.
There's no,
And what were they highlighted with that?
there's no highlight for the
There's
white.
no highlight on the white buttons.
Okay. Thank you.
If I wanted to get technical, I probably would have painted them. Like if I was doing a proper piece, I would do them in like warm white so I could highlight them still with white. But these are just white. There is no highlight.
Okay.
We're gonna put glitter on it. How about that?
Okay.
We're gonna add glitter or something. Yeah.
What color did you use to shade the greens?
Holly green.
I'm sorry, Kelly?
Holly?
Holly.
I thought
Holly
you said
green.
sable, so I'll have to correct that on the notes, ladies. Okay.
I'm sorry, what was it? I didn't
Holly?
hear.
Holly? Holly? Do you have holly green? Anything darker than festive green will work.
Thank you.
You can even use the tropical blue mixed with a touch of your festive green to get a shade as well. It will work.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Dad, you need to add that color to the palette. It's not on the instruction.
Sorry?
It's not, house green isn't listed.
It's not listed on my instructions. I've made a note to add a couple of colors. So.
No, that's okay.
Yeah. Well, and when I originally painted it, I painted it with lots of, like I said, with lots of layers of different colors. So I wanted to see how we did doing the class this way, and then I'll make any modifications to to everything. When I work with fluid acrylics and mixes, I start creating.
No, I completely understand.
Oh yeah, you're all my guinea pigs. You have fun. But this is a great way to show you how to just make colors when you just for projects. We get into a lot of the transparency and the tints when we work on the girl's dress and when we're finished, and that'll basically be the next is we're going to do a bunch of shading, and then we'll start on the dress. And the dress is going to be lots of work. But it's relaxing work. Okay, so while you're doing that, the final shade before we get going on the dress and matte medium and all the next step, finish the stencils and things, is we're going to shade around the girl with Cinnamon Drop. Cinnamon Drop is the color, of course, the darkest red. And if you're using, you can use Quinacridone Red. If you're using the fluid acrylics, either will work. Cinnamon Drop. And this is to shade. So we're going to shade around these little button holes, and we're going to shade around the girl. Actually, no, we're not. I lied. When you're finished doing these shadings, we are going to matte medium. Right here. We have to matte medium the girl, because we always matte medium anything that's been stamped before we paint it. And that will seal everything that we've done so that we don't have any problems with it as we move along and get color where we don't want it. Any of that stuff. So, and you can even matte medium the buttons too. You can do whatever you want. So we're going to put a matte medium over here. Going to get our nice big brush. Make sure it's clean. And you don't want to add water, so the brush should be fairly dry. And we're going to pretend that we're varnishing this piece. This is what happens, is pretending we're varnishing. And we're just going to go and start painting. And if you move your piece in the light a little bit, you can see where you have added the matte medium. Nice thing is that I'm not worried about it getting on my paper because it dries totally flat, clear, and matte. As opposed to a varnish or anything, this stuff, I tell DecoArt all the time it needs to be made in a gallon jug because it is for everything. It seals, it varnishes, it adheres, it's an adhesive, it's just everything. I just love this stuff. And you can add like 10 layers of this stuff and you still wouldn't even know there was anything on it.
So is this to seal the ink of the stamp so that they don't bleed, or
It seals it, but also helps to seal the paper so that your transparent paint moves really nicely. And this is what I do on all my Stamp and Doodle pages too. So when I do my drawing on regular paper with my micron pens, like in my journal pages and stuff, I seal the paper. Like I don't gesso the paper, I just ink it, stamp it, ink it, and then when I'm ready to paint, I put a matte medium over the whole page. So basically I use matte medium like we often use gesso, but it's just in a different stage. So you would gesso a page before you painted. I do all my drawing and stamping, and then I matte medium, which prepares it for painting. So there. And you know what? I did these two. Why not? It isn't going to hurt it. It's like a varnish as well, so it'll seal those pieces up for you. You don't have to. You can. That's all. And it's just like you were putting a finish coat on for varnish. And it dries very, very fast too, which I like. And what's really neat now is that now that we've got the matte medium on here, everything that we do from this point on, oops, I forgot. And now we can stick this on too. Everything we do from this point on can be wiped off very quickly with a baby wipe. So if you get paint where you don't want a flower that you don't want it, you can quickly wipe it off. If anybody's going to stick on any flowers onto their dress to make any corrections, now is a good time to do it. And I will put my piece on here like I showed you earlier with my little friend. That's on. And baby wipes are your friend. Here. So you can put your little sign on too, if you've got one. And I have to guard this with my life. It's my last one. Oh my God. You know how traumatizing that is?
Has that gone back into production yet, the matte medium?
No, I don't believe so. I think it's coming up. They are getting back to it, but it's, yeah. It's terrifying. It's terrifying, I tell you. Not knowing is terrifying, like what will be next. We just don't know, right?
No, yeah.
It's not out of production. It's just not their top priority with all their new products and stuff. And it's surprisingly not a well used product. We think it is because we like it, but it doesn't have a wide distribution rate.
No.
So not enough to make it a product that would go away, but just not enough to make it a top priority.
Leona, you had a question?
I just got my matte medium in the other day from DecoArt.
Did you? Oh my gosh, I'm going to order some then. Yep. Was it the container like I have, like the media line?
They only had the 4 fluid ounce one in.
The which one, sorry?
4 fluid ounces. The 4 ounce one.
Oh, all right. I'll take what I can get. But it's not this one though, is it?
Yeah, it is.
It's that one.
This one, alrighty then. Because they're all the same. Like if you have it in Traditions or the others, they're all the same, just different containers. I said just put that stuff in a big. I want it in a big old squirty bottle like this. That's what I wanted. Matte medium in this baby. That's what I want. And I work for them too. You'd think that they would listen, but they don't. They are cute though. What do you got to say for yourself, Deb? Well, I want this, 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 this. No. Don't ask. I love them. They're so nice. So this, we can heat this up a bit if you want to dry it quicker.
Is that going over the entire piece, or is it
everything, just like we were varnishing.
Okay.
Treat your piece like it's finished.
Okay, she also put it over the chipboard piecing.
I did. You don't have to. I just did because it gives it a finish. I like it. It brightens it a little bit like a varnish without the sheen.
Irene, just unmute yourself if you have a question, please.
Thank you. So I don't have matte medium.
Do you have
I do have DecoArt decoupage matte. Is that?
Yes. Okay. So do you have a matte varnish?
Yeah, I do. I have a DecoArt Ultra Matte, I think it's called.
Use that. Ultra matte varnish will work better.
Okay, thank you.
The decoupage will still have a coating.
Uh-huh.
Whereas the Ultra matte, what we want to do is we just want to seal it so your paint moves a little nicer, and that's usually my second choice.
Okay, thank you.
So for those of you that are bored while you're waiting for things to dry, I want to show you how we cut this thing up. So you want a little pair of scissors, whatever you're comfortable with, and we just start snipping. And we start cutting these things out. And I would recommend that you put them your little pieces somewhere where they're not all going to fall. Or you can leave them. It's up to you, and add them later at the end. Usually I just go get a little dish or something to put them all into. And then these little bits, you can actually trim any little tails off as well, if needs be. But I figured this is something you can do like later so that we don't lose all the little pieces on our table. But you wanted to see how we cut them up. Now, this is how I do it. I'm not going to cut them all up. I'll just show you because I'll lose them for sure. I told little Erilyn she could have them for hers because I'm nice that way. I like to borrow somebody else's kid that reminds me of mine. I'll take her. I'll take all I can get for people. I have no people here. If anybody's painted with Deb Mishmish, she actually lives by me, which is really funny. She lives about 6 minutes, not even 5 minutes from my house. We never see each other, which is really even funnier yet. Too busy, I guess. She lives higher up. She can see the fires from her house. I can only smell them. Okay. So that is how those, so you just cut them out and trim the edges whenever you're so inclined. Put that on one of my nice new shelves. Okay, so however you want to dry this. So now we're going to go and do some quick shading. And I'm going to show you the fun about this baby wipes. Oops, I took a little piece, but that's okay. So I took the cinnamon drop, which was my shading color, blended out on my brush. And I do my shading. So if you've never used matte medium, this creates such a soft float. You have no idea. It's so awesome. Where's my mop? Where's my mop? Not you. You'll do. Too many brushes. And then I will just soften the edges with the mop. And the nice thing about this is I got this little water edge, and this is what I'll do when I teach my classes. One of the reasons I like it is that you can actually take your brush and clean this water edge, which you normally would not be able to do. Because once it's into your painted surface, it's there. But your paint just moves so softly. It's so nice. So we're going to go around the entire girl. And I never go over my float, so I'll turn my piece around and I'll come up the side. I like softening my floats. I know some people don't. I do, but it's just the way I work. I use a lot of water in my floats, so I tend to add a lot of mopping. This piece started off as just a way to play with colors. I was trying out different things, and then it turned out I actually liked it when it was finished. It's even on the front page of the Stampendous website. It's like, yay! So cool. If any of you are floating on this for the first time, you're going to find it so smooth for floating. So you go around the girl. You're going to go around the buttons. And this is the first float. This is just to get everything in here. When the whole piece is done and you're sitting around at home playing, you can float around it again. I like deepening everything, so that's just something that you could do on your own if you were so inclined. Those of you that love to float, you know who you are. You see it's all starting to pop now? So guy right here. Oh no. Right there. There. So you should basically end up with that. Around all of the body and the circles, and why not? Let's finish around the sign too. Because it just makes everything stand out. There. Okay. Wasn't that fun? When you finished the shading around the girl and the buttons, now we're going to go into, those of you who've been using fluid acrylics, the cobalt teal hue, and we're going to talk about the blues. I like the cobalt teal hue. You can use the Bahama Blue. It has a little bit of a white base, so you have to be a little bit careful with it, but you'll see it as we go along. The watery, the better. So what we're going to do is we're going to shade the dress. And this is where it's going to be a little bit tricky, because we're actually going to do a lot of shading on the dress. And I do this just because I can be mean. Seems like a mean thing to do, but this is all in details. So we're going to do, looking at the time, so we've got an hour left, this is all floating, so it's so fun. We're going to spend about 10 minutes or so floating all this blue, just to frustrate everybody. Get my little floating brush. Now, you can go down to a 1/4 inch angle shader. I use a 3/8 angle shader. Depends on how much control you want to have over your brush. And it doesn't hurt to have both. Wider floats with your 3/8. And if you notice, I change my brushes when I use the fluid acrylics. I use my, just because I don't like mixing mediums in my paints, and I guard my black gold brushes because, you know, once again, pandemic, harder to get stuff. So I'm going to float with the cobalt. And these are super transparent now, which I really like. So I do the blue, but I'm going to go around these little dresses. Now, if you use this brush for these flowers and stuff, and you just kind of walk out these little floats, they soften right up. So use them very watery, very soft. You can almost scrub them. See how fast that goes? We're just adding tints of color. We're not looking for a deep float. We're looking for a very soft, just hint of color, almost like a tint of blue, into the background. But I am going around my flowers. I'm not worried about the leaves because the green will cover the leaves. So when you get down to the bottom, just basically go up one side and down the other of these stripes. Very, very little paint. But around the big flowers. And you know, you can touch these up after if you need to, which I do. But now if you keep your little brush handy, keep a little, basically any brush. I usually keep my, where did it go? Where are you hiding? Have my IPC point blender. And I washed all my brushes. I had brush day. Where did I get it? We'll get a new one. So I have my IPC point blenders, which I quite often keep handy. They come in the set with the 3/8 angle shader. I have a set, but this or any little brush that you use for taking off, you know, little scrubby brushes that you have. So if I get paint, say here's an example. If I get paint on this little leaf down here and I don't want that, with the matte mediums, I can take that off right away with my little point blender. Or I could even probably use like a smaller brush, anything that I can wet very quickly to take the paint off. That's what the matte medium's doing for us. It's allowing us that little bit of extra time to clean up. So this is getting the hint of blue. And see how fast this goes? Like, you don't need to spend a ton of time, and it takes a little less time up here. So we're just kind of going around things, almost watercoloring. And it takes a little while to get used to the process, but once you kind of get it down, leave your brush like totally flat with the color pointed to where you want it, and just kind of rouge it in. The water moves the paint around. That's what the matte medium is helping us to do right now, is to move that paint around. I could do this for hours, you guys. You have no idea. This is why I'm such an advocate for the fluid acrylics. We need it. There's a few of us. Sandy McTeer uses them all, or Sandy McTeer, Tracy Moreau, two of my besties, Jill Fitzhenry. We all use them, and we all use them in a totally different way, which is really cool. So we've been kind of stifled, not really stifled, but we've been sitting there with a little bit of a, what do we plan for future? Like, are they going to be available in October? Do we submit to teach? What if we're teaching a class at a convention? Like even Vegas coming up, you know, can we paint with these paints? So we are sitting back waiting a little bit to see before we move forward. So this process that I'm doing right here, I tried to find, there's nothing on the market that even comes close to the DecoArt fluid acrylics, unless you want to go with the golden acrylics. They're very expensive. We don't need to go out and buy all those paints. That's just silly. But what I did find, and I've been playing with for some time now, is Tombow markers. That they're watercolor markers, so we don't use matte medium or anything with them, but I can get this exact same look. And see, I got blue on my little petal, but I want to keep white. Just take my little blender, and it'll clean off, thanks to the matte medium. So this whole process that I did on my little ghosty, this guy, is this very same process that I'm doing right here, but it's all with Tombow markers. But I take the paint off my palette, same way I'm painting. So but I was able to come up with something that allows me this transparency and this sort of little freedom of paint colors to play with. The only difference is it does reactivate with water, but only if it's done right away. So you can still come up with something similar. So if you do like, you know, this idea, but you don't have transparent paint and you want to work off something quickly, like stamping and doodling like I keep playing with, just pick up some Tombow markers. They're dirt cheap, or they can be dirt cheap. And you can get a similar look. And I'm lucky in that I can use anything in my design work that DecoArt doesn't carry. There's a million pens on the market, you know. Just, it's funny that something that is relatively inexpensive, very well marketed, can do very similar to what I'm trying to do here. So I paint the same way. So I do have a free live event that will come up using those for people that are interested. Just follow my Stamp and Doodle website or Facebook page, and you'll see all the little things that I'm playing with when I'm bored. I created it because I wanted to keep it away from my painting. Not to confuse people, because I still love to paint. But I love to do this stuff too. So now I've kind of created around everything. So now I'm just going to do some shading around the flowers. Same way. Very lightly. And it doesn't have to be 100%. I just want this hint of blue on this design. How's the varnish working, Irene?
I'm not doing it. I'm just watching for the end. I'll just order some and do it later.
Are you sure? Because it'll do the same thing. It'll be similar, but
yeah. No, I'll just wait.
You can paint everything else, though.
Right. Yeah.
Because when we do the hat and the face and stuff, you can do all that. And I will often too, it's another trick, is I'll take the tip of this brush, because I've loaded it for shading, but I want to get into these little spots. I just use the little point and just kind of color with it. Kind of gets this blue around without painting inside my little flowers. And every once in a while I load my brush again. But I want you to see how much paint I'm using. Such a tiny, tiny amount, right?
Irene, I can't hear you because I had to mute you, but
Go ahead, yes.
I have an extra jar of matte medium. I'm gonna send it to you tomorrow.
Thanks, that's really nice of you.
No, you've been
Is
great to
it,
me.
you know what? Pardon, is it, does it have kind of a pinky label on it?
Yes.
No. Oh yeah, it does. And that's like
It's got the
rose
pink
band
metallic
on it.
label, yeah.
Yeah, okay, because I was just looking on DecoArt and they had one, a big stamp across one that says not available. It looks like it has a green label. And then another matte medium.
No, your
They're
matte
both-
medium looks like this. Here, let me. So this is what you're looking for right here, Irene?
They have 4 ounces of that available, yes.
Yeah, this is what you want.
Yeah, I can order it, Carolyn, don't worry.
The
Yours.
the code number, Irene, just for checking purposes, is DMM20.
Got it, DMM20, thank you.
DMM20, yeah, just to make sure you're getting the right.
Yeah, don't worry, Carolyn, I'll order it. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Very generous, Carolyn. You're going to need it when you do your piece.
I have another jar.
Oh, who has a spare thing of matte medium? What's wrong with you? Okay, so that's all we're doing. We're not going to any grand, perfectly shading around everything. We're just getting this tint of blue in here. And it's so soft because of the, it shouldn't be creating too much havoc. And if you get a spot that's darker than others, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And then I also take this same blue and I went around my little sign up here. Just because I like the tints of blue on everything. So the real only difference that you're probably going to notice if you're using the Bahama Blue is it's not as vibrant when it's watered down this much, but we're still getting that tint of blue, which we like, and that's what we want. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to get caught up on this. That's so fun. Did you see how fast I do my floating? Isn't that scary? So I'm just going to step away for a couple of minutes while they're finishing this up. There. Okay. So how we doing? Can I keep floating, or do you get thumbs up, or do you need a few minutes? We've got thumbs up. Awesome. Okay. I had to go put chicken in the oven. Okay, so we need, all right. So let's go to the raw sienna and get the hat, the face done. Oh, we should probably put her face features on, eh? Did you trace her face features on? You should get those on. So let's get her face features on if you don't already. Those little tiny, I put real eyes on this one. Who knew? Okay. Just because I thought I could. But they are so simple. So put her little features on. Whoa, don't press hard on that. I know better. I got a little carried away. But that's okay. I used the wrong paper. We can fix her. It's no problem. So just so you know, you cannot use, you're supposed to use graphite paper. Cannot use the wrong paper on her face. I just gotta fix it quickly.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
My bad. See, everybody makes mistakes. It's all good. It's all good. That was the Sorrel paper, and I grabbed it by mistake. It's not the one I wanted.
So, Dad, just so I understand, do not use the Sorrel paper once you've applied matte medium?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But you know what? This is how I find out, right? Is I do these things. And that's all trial and error, and that's how I find these things out. So that's good. Yeah, I lifted it up, and like normally you don't get hardly any color with it. But that was like, oh my. Jim, I have chicken in the oven. Jim? Oops, didn't tell him. I have your chicken in the oven.
Oh, I'm giving her dog food.
Okay. All right, so we'll just move on from the face just for a minute. Let's get these stamps, the remaining stamps on into the background while my face dries. So we're going to get our stamps back out. So now we've got these great little circles in here. So now we're going to finish it up. And what I did was I added the little buttons, but then I did some random ones. And these random ones were just done, and I added glitter to them when I was finished. So we're going to take our stamp. And let's see. So this was my big one. And they will line up basically with the color that we put down. And you know, if it doesn't go on perfectly, it's not the end of the world. Nobody should run into a problem. Minor. Okay. So we will stamp it. And you just kind of, if you look straight down on it, you can kind of see where it's going to go. And if it's not 100% perfect, that's okay. Like, that's okay. I just wanted it, you know, the color in the background. It slipped a bit on me, but it's not the end of the world, right? My little friend thought that was funny. Not the end of the world. Okay, and then I added another one over here. See if we can do this a bit better. There. Perfect. So I did over the blue with the big daisy one. And let's see. The purple one is just a big old button right here. Just want to be careful that you go straight down and you don't shuffle them around so that they slide on you. Cut that. And then the little one. Yellow. So this was kind of an easier way to paint them and get the color background without painting over them and trying to restamp them after. There. That's bad enough. Let's see. And then I took these little guys because I thought they were really cute. They're like, because they were like buttons, right? And you can do a bigger one too if you want. I mean, this is your piece. You can do whatever your little heart desires with it. So then, let's see. We'll do some random ones. Just little buttons, buttons everywhere. Don't forget, we're having a big button pattern up here, if you have it. There. I'm going to put her little wings in here, and she's going to have big curly hair, so we don't need to fill in these spots. You can put as many of these as you want. I think they're kind of fun myself. I'm going to put one right here, just because. There you go. I lost my little button, but if you want to put some little buttons on, you can. You can add some of the other ones too. I mean, you can get as interesting on here as your little heart as you want, right? So, okay. So there's our stamps added in. So at this point, if any of these did not work out, this is where you would have to use your Identipen now, because we do have matte medium over everything, so you would only use the Identipen. It's the only one that will stay. Okay. Okay, that'll work. So let's shade the hat then. So the hat was raw sienna. So we're going to shade it with burnt sienna. And that would be either brand, it doesn't matter, but I've got my burnt sienna, the same color either or. And I happen to have it out right here in front of me. So I'm just going to, this is the easiest one to find. So it doesn't matter which one you use, burnt sienna, to shade the hat. Yeah, that's better. Took the wrong color. So burnt sienna. Shade down the left side of the hat. And definitely under the hat. Soften a bit. lighter. And across the top of the brim. And then along here. Never do anything the way you would think it would be done. Okay. There. So what I with the browns, what I think is kind of fun is I don't like find it like I like to highlight with yellows. You would think that with the browns you would want to, you know, highlight with a lighter brown or something. I don't want to. I'm going to use it with the yellows. So I'm just going to shade the sides of her faces here for her hat. Now the highlight we're going to do with the bright yellow. So either the bright yellow from their regular acrylics, or you can use your Hansa yellow light or medium. And we're going to do the highlight, which is a little bit different, which you'll see a lot when we start doing these very fast. So yellow. It gives it an interesting highlight. You wouldn't think it would, but it does. It's a very soft highlight. Very subtle highlight, but it's there. Yeah, it's there. There, is it showing up? Can you see it in the camera?
It's faint, but they can.
It is supposed to be faint. It's not supposed to be screaming at you. But what I'll do is sometimes I'll go over it a second time just to make it pop a little bit more. But it should be very subtle. The color is very subtle in the shading because we'll deepen a bit. Do that while I get this on here. Her face. Oh, that's better. Even teacher makes mistakes. So lots of people do that, get their memory boxes done, Carolyn?
Yes, they
Oh,
did.
good.
They were beautiful. The ones I saw, you know.
Oh, good, yeah. Used to do them all the time years ago when I was in at the Calgary Decorative Artists, like the RSDP chapter in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. We used to have paint-ins for them too. They were great. Okay.
Nice touch for mothers that unfortunately have lost their children. Yeah.
I know that they're very sad what they're for, but you know, they always appreciate them, hey?
Yes.
Which is, you know, something you wouldn't always think about.
I feel sorry for the little kids that get taken out of their homes and basically their belongings are thrown in trash bags. I mean, what kind of message does that send to those kids for the duration of their life?
You know, and that's why our homeless situation is as bad as it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I do is I quite often go back once it's dry, the hat. I will deepen the shading with more burnt sienna, just because of the layers it will build up. Especially in the underneath, because I want that to pop a bit more. And above her hat band, up in here. Okay, there she is. We'll go back. We'll go back to the face later. So let's move on. to the dress. So her hat is done. So for the dress, okay, so you can follow along with me if you like. We'll do the colors, the flowers sort of in the same colors, if you're comfortable with that, or you can just get wild and crazy with the colors that you got. But I'm going to show you how I do these. So I'm going to do some with, well, we've seen how I'm going to repeat the yellows the same way that I did with the regular acrylics, and I'm going to show you some with the fluid acrylics, and just so you can see the little difference in vibrancy, but I'll pick like one color. So the red flowers I'm going to do with the fluid acrylics. The yellow I will do with the regular acrylics. So I'm going to take bright yellow, which we already have on their palette, and my shading, and so we're floating these. We're going very soft. So we want to make sure that there is water in here. The idea with this is that they're all washes. Nothing about these is hard, harsh painting. Everything's washes. So let's start with everything that's yellow. If you want to follow along, use your color picture as a guide, and I'm just going to follow what I did. So these guys were yellow, and I'm just going to use the tip of my brush. If you want to use a small round brush or something, you can. But I found this way that I'm able to sort of control and keep it nice and watery. And I just sort of coloring it in. But if you want a small round brush, by all means. So these ones were yellow. Go ahead and get those in. And these guys. Wait till I tell you to shade all these little things. That's the fun part. They don't stay this way. They get shaded. Yay! So I'm working just like, very, very softly in this palette. I'm working from a little bit down here, so I'm only ever getting just a little bit of color. Just using the little tip and almost just kind of roughly coloring them in. Those two. So to stay consistent, these flowers, however many you have, I did the little bits with yellow. And all these little daisy flowers down here are going to be done not with this color. So this one, and I have this one here, but I only put 2 on this one that I did. So these are yellow, and this big daisy guy is going to be yellow as well. So that actually is not painted. That's just floated like so. We're just going to float here because I'm keeping the tip white. So I'm just floating around with the bright yellow. It's a wide float. Basically, you could basically color it in. As long as you're staying super light, you could do the whole thing. But I'm starting it as a float and letting it walk out so that there is some yellow through the whole petal, but the bulk of the yellow is at the base. Because, of course, it gets deepened later.
Did you say bright yellow?
Bright yellow, yeah.
Thank you.
So those are your yellows. And then we're going to take tangerine or your cadmium orange hue, whichever you want to use. Tangerine. And the same thing, take my little brush, nice watery floats. So basically we're just doing washes. I just happen to like doing them with my angle shader, but you do whatever makes you happy. Starting with the bigger ones. Wash, just do a little wash. The flower centers. And I'm not trying to paint them, I'm just doing a wash because we're going to shade and highlight them, and because they're so light anyway, you're not going to see them. And I do them all these little button guys. Little tiny buttons. Every single one of them. I just thought they were fun. Like, it's endless what you can do. You can create so many different colors. I would love to see, you know, some different color combinations that you all are doing. Do them all. Then you have to stand back and look to see if you got them all. Yep. Okay. So those are all the orange, tangerine. Now, using the different values of orange. Oh, I'm going to show you the others. No, the big ones I'm going to show you with the fluid acrylics, just because they're so cool. Now I'm going to take my festive green, and I'm going to do all the leaves, including those little tiny ones. And festive green right here. So I just want to show you a difference, okay? This is something, this is really the only big difference that you'll ever notice. See how vibrant the colors are in this one compared to this one that we're doing now? This is the difference of using all fluid acrylics and a mixture. That's how the difference works. The fluid acrylics will stay much more vibrant, but you can always recreate the same piece with regular acrylics, with the regular DecoArt acrylics. But that's how you will notice the difference. It's just the vibrancy. But you can make this more vibrant. Okay, so now, what color did I say? Oh, the festive green. We're going to do all the leaves, same. We're just going to float them. So load your brushes so you were going to float. And my leaves all get painted this way. I float the base because the tips I will highlight after. So I'm floating the base of all the leaves, leaving the tips white for now. And here. Down here. So when you're trying to pick colors to do all this, you just go with your brighter colors. Anything that is either listed as transparent or is a very bright color will often do exactly what you want it to do, and it will always be fairly light and see-through. That's how I pick them. Okay, so then I'm just take this, and this is up to you. You can go and get a really tiny liner brush if you want, but I'm just going to use the tip. Nope, I'm going to get a liner brush. I won't do that to you. That would be cruel. Okay. So a small liner brush. This is a 5/0 liner brush. Anything that you have that's small that you want to use. I'm going to water down my festive green. And I can paint these little tiny leaves. They're just little strokes. I don't use this brush because whatever I did to it, something happened and it splits on me. So I have to be very careful with it. So these are just tapped in with the liner, just to fill them. Because we want that spot of green in here. Because every little place you can put color makes a big difference. Like doing this, then you discover the ones you missed. You see the difference it's making already, just that little bit of green leaves? Somewhere there's one I missed. So fill in my, put that in. Okay. All right. So that's all the tiny little leaves. And then we're going to paint the little blue flowers. The ones without spikies, they're blue. So I'm going to use just straight, this is how I use the turquoise blue or the tropical blue when I want to do, don't want to have any of my, somebody need, oh yes, Irene.
Sorry, it's not my night.
That's okay.
My iPad needs to be rebooted. It's very old.
Oh.
It's not losing power, so I'm gonna have to sign off. But it's all right.
You'll be getting a link probably tomorrow with the link to the video.
It's fine. And in the meantime, I ordered the mat, so medium.
You went shopping. Good for you.
From DecoArt, and that comes really quickly these days. So I'll just finish this up on my own with the recording. Thank you.
But if you have any questions,
Irene,
just not my night tonight. I don't know what
you can always send me a private message too if you have questions, Irene.
Yes.
So if you have any questions, just private message me when you're watching the video if you're stuck on anything.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll get through it.
one little tip, because I had a friend that her iPad, it was older and she was losing power. Don't use the small iPhone charger. Use the big charger that came with your iPad. It makes a big difference.
Yes, I got it. And you know what happens? I have to reboot this. I mean, I have to shut it down or else it won't accept a charge. It is very old. So we've been here before.
I have one like that. That's why I have this new one.
I know. I need a new one. This is really quite old, and I know the battery's going. So it's just a question of, when. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you, Irene.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I remember that was happening with mine. It was awful. Okay, where did you go? You were right here. Oh, come on. Okay, that's nice and old. I use my oldest pieces that I can get my hands on. I'm just going to get this face on here quickly. Better this time, I hope. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. So moving on. So when I can't have cobalt teal hue, and when I find that if I want to use my Bahama Blue but it's too white based, it's going to sort of cover everything. and it'll sort of dull the black lines. I don't want that. So I'll use my tropical blue as both. And that's what I'm going to do here. So when I water my tropical blue down for my float, very soft float, it looks almost like the cobalt blue hue. I found this one quite by accident when I was going through my paints one day and I went, oh, now I'm almost out and I'm dreading it. So I create a very, very light version of it in my washes. So that's what I'm going to do, these little flowers. So when it's just a light wash like this, it's very, very close to the cobalt teal hue. It's very soft. So I'm going to do these flowers.
Can you push it up a bit for me?
Oh yes, sorry. So I'm just coloring it in, same way, just letting it kind of fill the space, okay? That's all I'm going to do. Then I'm going to take the lavender, which I had used before, or you can use the dioxazine. Actually, I'm going to show you that. Using diox by itself is very faint. There's not much to it when we do that. And I'll show you. If I can find my dioxazine. Where's my diox? Okay, we won't be using diox. Where are you hiding? Do you hate that? You can only find it when you're not looking for it. Oh, there it is. No, yeah, there it is. So dioxazine purple by itself is very watery because we don't want to use any white bases when we're doing the flowers. So I can use diox by itself, create a very, very soft version of it, and paint. These are the little purple flowers. So just doing a very soft version of the diox. This is just to show you. So this would be the lavender watered down, but I'm showing you when I use the diox by itself, dioxazine purple, watered down, it gives me a very similar color that if I'd used the lavender by itself, watered down. So I hope this is sort of giving you an idea on how we can work with colors that we don't normally have or can't get our hands on. So I did all these blue, but you know what? I'm going to put this one down here, purple, in the middle. I think I need more purple. You can tell I like blue. And I go back into here and get these other blue ones on. This was blue. This was blue. This is so much better than base coating. Oh, I just love it. And this one's blue. I think I got carried away on these ones. See, whatever you stamp, you have to paint. That's the way it works. Okay. So then, uh-oh. Let me fix this one guy down here. How could that be? All right. So now we are going to do the flower centers. And what I did is I did orange flame. So they would have been cadmium orange hue, or cadmium orange hue if I was using straight fluid acrylics. But we're going to use orange flame just because it's a brighter orange, and it's also we'll use it to shade these when we're done. So get my orange flame. One of my favorite oranges, by the way. Love it. So same, a very watery float. And we're going to paint with little flower centers with orange. Okay. And that's the big daisy. And these little guys are the bright orange as well. This one and this one. Okay. Now, with the orange like this, it's where I start getting really creative. Now, it depends on whether I use fluid acrylics, and I'm going to show you these two with fluid acrylics just because I think it's a good idea to show you. I will use probably quinacridone red, which is my cinnamon drop, and it's like reversal of how I would paint. This is going to be orange, these guys down here, shaded with cinnamon drop of all things, to get the orange and the red together. When I work with the fluid acrylics, I do it opposite. And I'm going to show you here. And this is how the colors become vibrant and start creating themselves, and the tints start working together, which is the only thing that you really can't get with the regular acrylics that you can get with the fluid acrylics. So these flowers, and if you see them on here, see how bright they are? They're really, really bright and brilliant, which I just love. These ones are, I shade with, I just do the shading with quinacridone red. And it's going on quite dark because that's what these colors will do. Okay, that's that one. And this one. So this is how it would be different. This is why the pieces will become more vibrant than what we're getting right now by using the just the regular DecoArt acrylics. These fluid acrylics will always retain their vibrancy, no matter how watery they get. They won't be as dark, but they'll always retain that bright vibrancy. So that would be the red. Then I highlight with my cadmium orange hue right here. So this is the one I'm using right there, which I'm using orange flame for. So if I take my cadmium orange hue, I water it down. And what I like about this is I really don't care. I'm painting over the entire flower with the orange. Over that red, because the red is playing a part in it now. The red is working with the orange. There, let's get it turned around. It's working with the orange to create another hue, another value. You see how vibrant that is? So pretty. Nothing on the market that does this besides these paints. So they've been shaded once, highlighted with the orange. Now I'm just going to dry it quickly. Not that I need to. Then I'm going to go back and I'm going to deepen that shading a second time around, because every time you layer this color it gets darker. So I'm going to go back into my quinacridone red and I'm going to go through them again. You see how nice and dark that's gotten? So pretty. So it's got an orange tip. That one. You see how nice it's so nice and dark now. So vibrant. This one. Okay. So for all the little yellow flowers, they were painted, the centers were painted with tangerine, so I'm going to deepen the shading with the orange flame, or I could use the cadmium orange hue if I wanted to. They get deepened shading. And you see how much they brighten? And yeah, I'm going to do each of these little tiny ones too, because nobody gets left out here. Nothing gets left out. So I know we're running out of time, but I am going to finish this video tonight with all of this step by step. That was one of the advantages of doing it with the other software too. is that, you know, I can cut out all the dead space and finish all the shading and adding additional tints for you so that you can finish, you know, at your leisure. But see, already, just with these layers, it's already starting. Yes, hi, Dodie. Will you turn your microphone on?
You have to unmute yourself, Dodie.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
This is a page in the book. What about the cover? What do you do with the cover?
The cover of your journal?
Yeah.
Oh, you can do anything you want. Okay, I'm going to show you. So, this is one. This is one of my covers. And that's the Sandy McTeer one. And I've got another cover as well. What I did actually is I gessoed it. So I take my journal. Which journal are you using?
I've got a smaller one. It's only this big.
Okay, so you've got like here, this is my other journal. So what I would do is you can actually take these out, but you got to be very careful with it. But you can take them out if you want. You just pull the little thingies out and take it out. I gesso it, and then I can paint it. I can do anything I want with it. Or you can just like, you know, put scrapbook paper or anything over top to make it pretty.
Okay.
I have one more.
Mine you can't actually take off.
And this is the same thing that I did here. So I took the page out. It took a lot of time to get the page out, but you have to be careful, and then you can put them back in because these actually come out. And you just have to be tricky. Or you can paint around it, or you can tape it and just paint from here over.
Yeah.
So lots of different options.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. But gesso is the important part.
Okay.
Couple coats of gesso to bury what's underneath.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Does anybody else have questions while I'm quickly putting in a few of these other colors? Just unmute yourself and ask away. The face will be in the video so that, you know, you can put the face in because the face is actually quite more time consuming and detailed. You want to take your time with that. But you can see how, you know, it's a little bit muted right now, but as we start adding these shading, everything sort of starts to pop off the page a little bit. Yeah, let's see, 10. So if it was bright yellow, the second shading is tangerine. Like so. So I'll just go and I'll deepen that. So it gives it just a tint. They're not dark floats, but it just changes the color a little bit. Which look do you like better? Do you like they look better with the fluid acrylics or the softer version with the regular DecoArt acrylics? Be interesting to hear what people's thoughts are. You can unmute and give me any feedback that you like.
Go ahead, Kay, unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, unmute, chat away.
I'm heading out. I got to get up in the morning for work. So thank you all. And I'll catch up on the video.
Yeah, the video will have all the final details in it. And
Perfect.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Deb.
Yeah, I hope it wasn't too weird, but it's kind of fun. This is different.
It's so much fun.
And it actually can be very relaxing once you sort of get the feel of it. And I'm just showing you right now is when I've shaded the leaves with the festive green to start with. I'm highlighting them with the bright yellow. And that's changing the color of the leaves already. It's brightening them up. I just wanted to do a couple of things so you could see how it all changes. So I didn't want anybody to leave bored going, this is not what I expected. I hope nobody's thinking that. First time I've taught one of these, so I think it's a lot of fun. Let's see. Oh, yeah, so bright yellow. I do all my leaves with a highlight of the bright yellow.
Oh, bright yellow. Okay.
Yeah, bright yellow. And it changes them. It just makes them brighter for some reason. And then I'll deepen the shading with the holly green, like I'd mentioned before, which is here somewhere. Did I put it away? Oh no. Festive green. Where's my holly green? Oh, there you are. I put her away. So holly green. And just show you how the leaves pop. I will also put together the proper color combinations that we used today and not leave it quite as random and open with all the colors that we could have used. So I'll put that on your updated packet. So now when I see how this, I start popping these leaves out, see how much brighter they're going to get with the second shading?
Carolyn and Deb,
Yes?
I have to head out. I gotta go to work in the morning.
That's a bad 4-letter word.
That's
I know it is. It is.
darn that work, hey? Okay, well
5
thank
o'clock
you so
comes
much.
early.
Oh my God, does it
Yeah.
ever? Yeah.
It was
I'm usually
great
still.
seeing you, Leona.
Thank you,
Have a good
Leona.
night.
I'm glad you got your stuff.
Yes, thank you.
And I know for any future orders to make sure that box number's on there. Thank you,
Thank
dear.
you very much.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it.
I need to drop as well. I have to go to work, so thank you, Deb, very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. I can't wait to, guys, go join my group and post your pictures in there. I'd love to see them. Stamp and Doodle.
Absolutely.
Stamp and Doodle with Deb, so they want to see your pictures. We got free lives and stuff that'll happen in there as time goes by, and more of this stuff. It's basically all of this. So
Great.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Good night.
thank you,
Good
ladies.
night.
Good night.
So now that you're basically seeing how we're doing all of this. So she's getting finished, but see already how the leaves popped? Isn't that cool?
That is. I like it.
Yeah. And then so with the orange, I did the orange flame. So I did a wash of orange flame, but what I'll do is I'll shade with it just to darken that shading area, even though it doesn't necessarily need to, or you may not notice it, because it depends on how dark your float was. But on this big orange flower, like so. And then I'll highlight it with the bright yellow. Just want to show you a couple of these tints before we disappear. Highlight it with bright yellow. I'll dry it for a sec. And then what I do is I deepen the shading with the red, which is not necessarily the color that we would normally be using. Yeah, we'll pop that in with red, and then we'll call her done. So we finished the flowers, doing the oranges with the yellows. Now I'm going to take my blue, and I'm going to go and I'm going to pop the colors in the blue flowers now with some more tints and some shading. Just with the tropical blue. And my little shader. And this just makes such a difference. I just love how all these colors just start to pop. And I'm gonna go around. And just with watery floats, I was gonna do the bottoms of them all first, and then I'll flip my page around. I just love how this just adds brightness to the piece, because it is actually still quite dull in comparisons to the original. And it's just the more colors that we add to brighten it, the brighter it will become. Now I do mop. You don't have to mop. I just tend to have so much water in my brush. So we're shading along the bottoms of the flowers. I might pop a little float in behind the little button strings. The blue, shade the bottoms. And then I'm going to take my dioxazine purple and I'm going to shade the same on the little purple flowers. Just get those tints in there. And you can just continuously play. You can do many different colors. You're never limited to the color palette that I'm listing here for these. You can just work on different, your favorite colors. There's no right or wrong when we're doing these. So those are my purple. Oh, I got a blue flower here. Don't want to miss that one. Float in there. I mean, just like the leaves, the more color we add, the more it pops. Okay. You know what? While I have the blue out, I'm just going to run a little float along the top here too. Around these little buttons. Actually, I'm going to dot the buttons in after. Just to sort of bring some of this blue back in up here, up the sides. Because the first float was quite light. So something that, I'll start at the end of this and show you when you can pop these floats after as we go along. So that's those. Do some highlights on them. So with the blue, I'll mix and match. Sometimes I quite like to add floats of like green sometimes on blue flowers and blue on purple flowers and just funny combinations of color. So I'll take some sour apple, do a little highlight. And my favorite color actually is of all things is to actually use yellow. Yellow I will often use to pop colors. So just a little hint of green in here. Just kind of changes the look of the flowers a little bit. You could use yellow too. It wouldn't bother it. So my little blue flowers. Just a tint. That's all it is. Just to add a little pop. A little green up in here. Okay. See, they're getting brighter already. And then I need a new paper towel. So let's see. Let's go and tint these little flowers down in here with orange. Let's do orange flame. I just like go right straight into getting that orange in here. Just to darken. So each of these little tiny flowers gets a little tint. And I can actually use a smaller brush if I want. I can use a 1/4 inch angle shader. Let's do that. When I want to get into these tiny little flowers, I'll change my brush. Just a little 1/4 inch. Use a little bit more control in these tiny spots. I have to move my paper around a lot, so hopefully you won't get dizzy. So that's the thing, when you're putting your flowers in, you figure out, okay, if you were to do this, piece and you're doing your stamping, think of the flowers that maybe take the most work, that you do less of, and if you prefer the bigger flowers and, having fun with the bigger ones, then you can do that. But I think, challenge yourself, right? Let's get some tiny ones in here. 1 and 2. See, I only put 2 of these because I knew what was going to happen with those. I'm going to deepen the shading in the flower centers with the orange flame as well, with these ones. Deepen those. And then I'm going to put my highlight in with bright yellow. Along the top, it doesn't show up a lot, it just changes the color. And then just like we did in the big flower here, we're going to darken it with cinnamon drop. And you can keep doing layers of color. You know, the brighter you want this piece to become, the more you can work on it. You can get fancy if you want. There. And I think I'm going to highlight my purple flowers with a little of the tropical blue. Just because I like the purple and the blue together. I think it's quite pretty. Just changes it. One, two, three. Oh, four. I knew I was missing one. All right. So now we're going to do these flower centers. You know what? Actually, just going to pop up here with the red and finish shading these other the other buttons up here. They're the same as this button here. Pop in a little bit of red in here. So pretty. Uh-oh. Yeah, see, just a little pop. That's so cool. So just to, I should have done this before, but these buttons are blue. So just do a little wash of the blue. That doesn't need to be dark. It's just a wash. So I'm just using the tip of my brush to color those in. 1 and 2 of those. While I wait for those to dry, the highlighted will be the same as the blue flower. So I'm just going to pop a bit of green up in here. These top ones here, just because I want to. I like the tints. You don't have to add these fun little tints. It's just, I like them, so just changes the colors. All right. So these flower centers are the same as these little flowers. So I'm going to deepen the shading with the tropical blue. Then I'm going to, of course, highlight with the green. Hit that for a sec. Text coming in. A little bit of green in those. Okay. Here. I'm going to add a little hint of blue, just a touch, into this purple button down here, just because I can. Okay, like there. My flowers. All right. So that's the basic of the flowers. Now you can continue on. I'm going to take, so with Midnight Blue, we're going to deepen the shading of all our little blue flowers. You know, you can use Prussian blue, but Midnight Blue has a little bit more of a greenish tinge to it, so it's sort of becoming my go-to for darkening. Just because it's got just nice and transparent. Just makes the underneath colors look really good. Okay. There. There's all our flowers right there. So now I'm going to go back up and I'm going to start on the face. So with the face, we're going to go into Raw Sienna. And my lines are on my face. They're very faint because remember I kind of botched them early on, but we're going to have base coated so they were dark enough. They're actually still showing through. So again, left-hand side. And I'm going to stay with my little 1/4 inch angle shader because I'm going to go around all these little facial features of hers too. under her hat. And you know, her face is just, I'm just doing a simple face. You know, faces, you can go into a lot of detail. You know, some of you are maybe really good at faces. For the case of this project, we're just doing a simple, basic eyes, nose, mouth. So I do a shade under her eyebrow and around her nose. Then I do a shade under the eyebrow over here. Finish that shade. Then I do a little under her eye. And then I'll put a little one where her mouth is going to go. These are just basic, you know, just little floats to sort of mark off where the facial features are going to go. And you can spend a lot of time or as little time as you want doing these facial features. It's going to come up from about halfway on her face. I'm just going to come up and finish that float off. Her hair is going to cover everything, so don't worry if you've got issues, if you've made any, you know, boo-boos or anything like that. I'm going to take a little bit of white mixed with the warm beige, which was her face color. Oops, that's not white. A little bit of white. And we're just going to create a lighter shade. I mean, if you want, you can go into like light buttermilk or something, but I just mix white with the face color and just create a lighter shade. The face color was warm beige. And just for a highlight. So my highlight going to come up here on the side. That way it's not stark white, it's just soft. There. And along her chin. There. Just like so. Let's see if I can get closer to her face for you. Nope. That's closest. Okay. So now I'm going to just shade along her dress. Now I didn't go put a lot of detail into my face. You can go and add a little burnt sienna. Or you can, you know, you can deepen the shading. You guys, you know, you can do as much or as little on the face as you want. So I'm going to deepen just a little bit of the shading, not all of it, with my burnt sienna. Basically under the hat. The burnt sienna will kind of add a little bit more color to it, which is what I like. And it just sort of enhances the raw sienna. I'm going to go under here. There, very simple. Nothing major. Nothing major. Okay, so the gist of her face. Now we're going to put some cheeks in here, and you can dry brush, you can rouge the cheeks, you can do various different things. I actually use my little small point blender. It's sort of become my new little favorite because I can create really funky little cheeks. So I'll show you how I do that. I'm just going to wet the brush, just dampen it, and then roll the water off the brush, but the brush is damp. I'm going to go into a little bit of my red and a little bit of my white and rouge them together and just create a very soft little watery. I think you can sort of see it here. Just a soft watery. Add a little bit more white. Add more white or more red until you get something that you're happy with. I want it soft. Then I'm going to roll my brush back out on my paper towel to take the bulk of it off. And so I'm just going to paint in her cheeks sort of in a round. And these are not red enough, but that's okay. Because right now what's happening is I'm getting my cheeks where I want them. They're nice and soft. No round circles. So having done those, you can barely see them. They're just sort of little whitish, pinkish rounds. I'm going to leave them like that, let them dry, because this gives me the placement. Nothing worse than putting on big cheeks and then they're stuck there. So it gives me my placement, because I'm not you know, overly good at faces. I kind of just do round circles and cheeks and little eyes. You can do two things at this point. So if you wet your brush and put a little bit more pink in it, we can get rounder, rosier cheeks, and we know where they're going now. I liked her rosy cheeks. You can do them as dark or as light as you like. But I thought it was kind of fun. And what's good about these is that the hair is going to go over them a little bit. And just turn it around to round them out a little bit. You can float them in. You can dry brush them in with your favorite dry brush. It's whatever you're comfortable with. Oops, don't do that. And don't overplay with them when they're wet. Okay, so there we go. And then for her eyes, I'm just going to take a little liner brush. Actually, this is my little 5/0 liner brush. And I'm going to take my white. Take my bigger white. A new one. So with the eyes, I didn't really paint them. I did something really weird with them. I just created these little ovals. Because painting eyes is difficult. So for these girls, I just did little ovals. She's got, you know, cartoon eyes. Now you can do more or less, whichever you prefer, but I'm just doing little ovals because ovals were easier to get the initial shape and to get them even. If you try to do like your little points at each end and stuff, they're harder to get even. So she's got two little ovals. Okay. It's just how I did them. And like I said, you can do as much or as little as you want to do. So now we're going to take and add details. So to do her, this is the fun part, is I'm going to take my Ident pen and we're going to add her hair. I had fun with this. This is just sort of something fun that I did. There was no real thought process to it. So I'm going to put the lines in, and I did it this way just because it matches the stamping. Now if you want to do your liner brush, you certainly can. So I'm going to start by outlining her face just so I know where it goes. We'll add lines here. We'll finish all the other lines after, but I just want to get these in here. So her face, for her eyebrows, I just kind of did these little sketchy lines. Those are little hair lines. There's her nose. Here's her mouth. And her mouth has a little heart. We're just going to draw a little heart in where her mouth goes. And her other little eyebrow is just kind of sketched in there. I did little dots. Dots are just something that helped me sort of indicate where her hair was going to, or where her nose highlight was. And let's see. Hair. Let's finish the hat first. So the hat, we're going to put the outline in the hat. And you can get a little creative with the hat if you want. I like the fact that, you know, her hat might be a little ratty. So we can add a few little sketch lines in if you want. You don't have to. All this line work is what's going to make this pop at the end. There. And we're doing this while the face dries. It's a straw hat, right? So you can have all sorts of fun with it. And then, because it's a straw hat, it needs stitching lines. It's been sewn together. So draw a few stitching lines in here. And of course, across the top. All these little details are going to make it yours. So what you do from this point on is really up to you when it comes to the liner work. Okay. So now that that's in there, I can work on her hair. I won't do the dots in the eyes until we get the hair in. So the hair is just a series of a bunch of swirls. And this is where you can get creative if you want. I just do swirls. And as many as I want. You can do swirls this way, this way, this way, make some curls, back and forth. You can have her hair going really wild if you want. And this is just a simple way of doing some hair. And of course, you know, it goes all the way around because it's got to be back here. Make sure some look like they're going behind. You could add bigger ones. You can do little loops if you want. If you want her hair to kind of be all stringy at the bottom. Just play. There's no right or wrong. As much hair or as little hair as you want. Of course, you got to have little loops here. Maybe one here. This is my unpainted hair. And just play. See, you know, her hair is wild. As wild as you want it to be. That's the doodle part. I have a few that just kind of go out of nowhere. Maybe one too wiry. Make them nice and wiry. Curly hair. So you can play with that as much as you want. Create more hair. And we might as well, she's going to have a necklace here after, so I'm going to put a string on here for her necklace when we start gluing on the chipboard. So there. And you know, if you want, you can enhance it. Just make the lines a little thicker. And nothing says you can't. You want to make this yours at this point. Okay. And let's continue on. We might as well finish her off. So with an outline. There's her outline. So now she's all colored in. And let's see. What else do we want to add for lines? That looks pretty good. Okay, so we can come back up here to her eyes now. So you can actually make more eye shapes now if you want. Now that you've got that white in there. It's better. I find this easier than drawing them and then painting them. So that's that for those. And I'm going to draw circles in her eyes. Okay, so now we're going to play. So now we're going to take our stylus right here. And I'm going to paint her lips. You can use your liner brush, but I prefer to do it this way. So I'm just going to dot in her lips with my liner or with my stylus. And just make my little Dolly Parton heart there. And then the blue is for her eyes. So I'm going to go into a bigger one. And put the blue in her eyes. You could use the tropical blue or the Bahama Blue, whichever you choose. I went with darker blue eyes on this one. I think I did lighter blue eyes on the other one. So we're going to let that dry. And we're going to come back to C. Oh, where's our chipboard piece? Let's work on those. Get our chipboard pieces out. And I want to find the pieces that I used in her hat. So we're going to go back to cutting some of these things out. I think she needs wings. Do the wings. The wings. So when we're going to glue these on, cut out her little wings. One wing. Just change direction when you feel you can't get at one of these little posts in here. And then what I'll do is I'll trim it. If I got a little post in here, I can get in to trim it. You can also take a sanding sponge to these too, if you need to get rid of anything. All right. So for the little wings. So when I adhere these, I actually just use my Aleene's Tacky Glue. I find it works great for me. You can use scrapbook adhesives, any adhesives that you have that are good for paper, because it is basically paper to paper. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just put some of my glue on my palette, just because I find it easier to work with than trying to squirt directly onto my paper. Put that aside. The fun part's always getting into it. So then I'm just going to take my little wing, put a little bit of adhesive on the back. Just use my stylus to pick it up and pop it in here. And I lined it up basically with where the top of her dress was. Don't forget to clean off your stylus when you're done. And this will stay. There. Okay. Now, what else can we stick on here right now? Let's find the one for her necklace. Let's get that on there. So if you do have, so I have this great little pair of tweezers that I'll use, but you know, you can pick these up, scrapbook paper. This one is a EK Tools, but usually you can get them at any craft store. I like them because you can pick them up. And you can just go pick up a little bit of glue. There. Stick it down. And so. Now you can always use your little hair tweezers too if you like. But this will work. These are great. So we get that on there. That's these. They're so cool. Okay. What else can we stick on right now? Let's build the display on her hat. So I did a purple. I have a purple heart here, and I have a little green button. This is always the fun part. I like doing all the line work, the doodles, the building with little things. A little button, and I believe a blue button, a white button actually, white and blue. There's a white button. And this big heart, which I already have out, which is right here. You can always use tweezers or scissors too. And let's see, oh, this fun little one here, I had it out with a bow on it. Because you have to, try to find ways of using all these pieces. Now, if you don't have these pieces, you can just add doodles, you know, do some more stamps. You can pretty much do anything. If you have a stamp with, you know, lettering or whatever, you can do anything you want if you don't have these little button add-ons. There. So let's get these glued on. I did purple, Pick it up, put a little glue. This is what's cool too. Just dip it in there and stick it down. Now before I go ahead, oh no, I can do that. It's okay. I'll put this one on. Before I put the little green button on, we're going to go and add the little strings on the buttons, which I just realized we haven't done. Okay, so this one goes like this. And this glue dries clear, by the way, so you don't have to worry about it. But I will clean up some of it. I don't like having, you know, gobs of glue on them, but it does dry clear. Okay, let's see, this guy is up here, like so. Okay, so before I do the other little button, I want to go in and put with my liner brush, with my little script liner brush, I want to add white lines, and don't put your brush in the glue, which I've done before. We want the white. So with white, what I did is I went through all my little lines on my buttons and put little white lines on them. Just, you know, an added little something, something. There's white pens that you can do this with, but I find the white pens just don't give you that nice bright white that you would get from using proper paint. And this one. And of course, you know, we got to do these guys. And then I put the X's in the middle. So we want to have our X's. They're sewn buttons. You can put it on the white one. You don't see it much, but you do see it if it's white. White, white. And then tweezers. These tweezers are so weird because you have to, they're reverse almost. They're really strange. Okay. So I'll glue that little guy on. And I just layered these so that, you know, it kind of built, I basically built a little pile where it hides things you don't want to see, makes it cohesive. Now this one here, what I did, and I'm going to draw my line first, is I decided it was on like a little string that was sticking out. Oops, wrong end. It's kind of like on a string. So what I did is I drew the string first, and then we're going to put a bow here, like so. Then I'm going to stick the heart. Because I thought it needed to be hanging out there on something, just because it could. All right, those. And let's see. We'll build this last. That's the very last thing that we'll do, because I'll speed up the camera just to finish those, because I want to cut them out and then we'll stick them all on. Take that out of there. So I want to go and finish my lines now, because we're so close to being done, and it's all about just adding other whimsical little bits in that you might want to do. I did kind of go around the heart, and I love my little whimsical lines, so you can do them just whimsical. And you know, the reason I do whimsical, like squiggly lines, is because I don't have to worry about them being straight if my hand gets shaky or whatever. You know, if I want to do something upside down, you know, I don't have to worry about it too much. Oh, so I'm gonna stitching. And you can do two kinds of stitching. You can do it even, or you can kind of long and short. Sometimes it's fun just to do whatever the pen does, you know. The pen kind of decides for you sometimes what it wants to do. So stitching on there. You can do a little stitching, you know, if you wanted to. You could add, you know, a few little things here and there on her dress if you wanted to. Just squiggly lines. I just like to. You can. You do the same thing around the border of your page as well. You can go through and just some lines. Now, what you can do on this too is I'm doing this now, but what you can do is you can go and add a lot more shading, deepen your shading. You can play with color, and before you do get to this point, this is just sort of the finishing stuff. Like if this was, you know, just for me, I would probably go and do more deep, like take the same colors and refloat. So you can do, I'll go down here. I would go over all my floating. I would go over all the blue. I will start it and show you. But I would just go and deepen all the red shading around all the flowers, and I would deepen the blue in the dress. That's what I would do just before I started, you know, before I called it done. But you can do it now that all the lines are on. You can still go back. So there's never rules. But the pen does create, you know, some different fun things for you. Okay, what else am I missing? Oh, that's it. Okay. So I'm just going to cut these out and speed up the camera while I do this, and then we will stick these on. I'll show you just some final floating, and then this project will be done. Okay, so there's all my little pieces. Now I'm going to glue them on. We're going to build. You know, you can get creative with this too, right? There's no right or wrong. I liked the build up. You can spread them around. You can do whatever. Depends on what kind of surface you did it on. You may not want it in a journal built up. You may want to just spread it around. You can do that. So I'm going to go into my glue. I'm actually going to get a little brush. Just take a little stencil brush. It's handy. Okay, we're going to put my cute as a button down. Stick that there. That's so cool. A little bit more glue. Okay, so then I did the white one. So we want to make sure we have room. So I'm going to move it. You can still slide it while it's wet. Make sure I wash this when I'm done. Okay, so I'm going to put my white button up here. Still slide it. Okay, there we go. So you want to make sure it all fits, right? Or just spread it around. If it doesn't fit, just move it. So move it somewhere else. And I'm going to put my, I need to put my button word because I don't really want to go over what I've done. So that fits in there perfectly. It does, yay. It's building a puzzle. So when I did this, the beginning of this class, what's really interesting is that I was talking during the class a lot about the water bombers flying overhead. And you can hear that in the video, and I do talk about it. And what was very fascinating is we had a big fire start just about 20 minutes from my house. And when I finished the video, my husband said, "You got to look outside." And it was a big, huge mushroom cloud of smoke. And what's been interesting is that, oops, that was white. See? Is that we've been smoked in ever since. It's mushroomed into one of BC's biggest wildfires. So I am smoked in. And it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Another one started right by it, and you literally can't see past my neighbor's house outside. It's crazy. So I just thought that was kind of an interesting tidbit when I'd been talking about, I smell fire. So that's sort of been one of the reasons that I've taken a little bit longer to get this done, is we had air conditioning come in, thankfully, because we needed it badly, especially now that we've got everything closed up. And, you know, I had security cameras installed, and there was worker people coming and going, and then it was so hot and so smoky, and then I had some technical issues, of all things, with my software updating the first video. And it's just been, you know, a bunch of fun little, strange little tidbits of things going on in my house. And just, you know, when we get smoked in, it's hard to focus and get things done, and oh, it's just crazy. But anyway, it is now here for you guys, so here we go. Alrighty. See how pretty that is? So now I'm just going to go and I'm going to put my lines in. And maybe some little highlights too, because I like doing fun things. So we can actually get these in, like so. Oops. Bit watery, but that's okay. Taps off. Yeah, it's better. There. There. That's it, you guys. That is the design. So what you would do next, just for on your own, just for fun, is you can go in and deepen shading, and I'll just show you around a flower. Is to take your cinnamon drop, which is the red that we used, and you can go and deepen, because it's like anything. The more layers of the color that we put in, the brighter the piece will get. And this is just something, this is an add-on. This is just something that you'll do on your own, which I don't see, we've done it once already, so there's no point in adding it to the video. And see how that will just make that pop? And you can do it before the doodles, whatever, you can do it at any point, but this just, you know, I've got all the doodles in. This is transparent. It doesn't affect how the design is going to look. It doesn't affect anything, because the black lines still show through, so that's why, you know, you can just go back and play. And that's what I do. I find this part really relaxing, as we talked about in the early part of the video, is that some people think, oh my God, what's she doing? But you know what? I like doing this. This is a preference. If you're using the fluid acrylics, you probably don't have to go back and deepen these colors. But, you know, I'm not using the fluid acrylics, so to me, I need to, because I like the boldness of it, but it really becomes down to a preference. But you can just see here how that makes a difference. In adding your colors. Oops. So there. I'm not going to go through and do them all, but just to show you. And then to show you with the blue, now you can go and use midnight blue, which is a nice bold color, or you can stick with your tropical blue and just go over it a second time, just to deepen everything. I don't think you need midnight blue if you're just going to go over and deepen her dress. But I like this. I just think it just enhances. and go around things. It's kind of fun. But to see, you know, you can go through for hours, you know, take nice relaxing time for those of you that like floating. And just go through and refloat around. And this will add more blue to the dress, take it away from being quite a stark white. And it just, I like doing it, so it is a preference. If you've got matte medium on here, so you can't really do too much damage, and you can't hurt it, you know, just take a baby wipe and wipe it if needs be. But this just deepens the blue and adds a bit more fun to your piece. So that is, you know, at your choice. Just to show you, we'll finish this one side. And it's more sketchy, like it's not a big full-blown float. I just look for areas to play on and build up. Okay. Don't leave a stark line on my flower. Let's finish this one so you can see much nicer. Now this, you can actually, you know, play around with this now as well. I don't think it's in my original, but it's going to be in here for you guys because I think it's really fun. I like dots and lines. You can never have too many dots. So in my original, I did dot these little flowers up here. I did dot those. But what I would like to do is, so you got these flowers with these little tiny dots. Now you can do them whatever you want with them, but I think it's fun at the very end, just go and dot them. Just to add something. It's little finishing ideas if you want to, especially if you didn't get all the dots in. The poor thing had glue on it. There we go. Aha! Dots better when you take the glue off. Not that I don't have a drawer full of these things. Okay, so that's a little add-on. And let's just go finish this eye quickly. So the eye has a little bit of black. And I know I have black. And a little dot of white. So dot the pupil with black. Just dry that, and then we'll put a little white sparkle in there, a little white sparkle on her lips and call her and cheeks, and call her done. And a tiny bit of white. Not sure where she's looking. There. And that's it, you guys. That is it. So the difference, this is done with primarily all the regular DecoArt acrylics, and the difference is this one, which is done with the fluid acrylic. So the difference really is the vibrancy, as you can see. Fluid acrylics for a nice, vibrant, bright, bold look, and the fluid acrylic and regular acrylics, a softer look, but still very nice. And just, you know, you can do either or, which is what I really like, which is a lot of fun. So there you have it. So thank you so much, you guys, for painting with me. And hopefully we can do something fun together again. Thanks. Happy painting.